Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Welcome everyone to the public hearing for the inquiry into the commencement of Schedule 1 of the Fisheries Management Act 2009. This inquiry is gathering information in relation to Aboriginal cultural fishing and how the non-commencement of Schedule 1 is impacting Aboriginal communities and the practice of cultural fishing. Today's hearing follows an important community roundtable that we held recently in Narooma. Today we will be hearing from a number of stakeholders, including commercial and recreational fishers, cultural fishers, academics, and legal and government representatives. While we have many witnesses with us in person, several will be appearing via video conference today, and I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be very careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take the question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone, as we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, as well as a member of the committee. It may be helpful to identify who questions are directed to and who is speaking. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room today, please note that this room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receptors. And finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent, including the chair, for the duration of the hearing. And now welcome our first witnesses. So could I get each witness, starting from my left, your right, to state their name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation. Mr. Bunny.
Stephen Bunny from the New South Wales Abalone industry. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And Greg Rizzi from Abalone Association, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare that affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Stan Kotsantaris, Recreational Fishing Alliance of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now would you like to start by making a short statement, and please keep it to no more than a couple of minutes because we only have half an hour and that will allow for questions. So I'll start with either Mr. Bunny or Mr. Rizzi.
Okay, so we have a prepared statement that refers directly to the terms of reference. I'll read out from the association, the Abalone Association. The abundance, resilience and the sustainability of wild abalone and their ecosystems should always come first. Today's New South Wales abalone fishery exists in a modern post-industrial marine estate environment that is influenced by an array of people-driven consequences such as population, pollution, resource conflict, aquatic biosecurity and climate change. These stresses are combining to change the ecological trajectories of some of our key coastal habitats and species such as abalone. Currently, the New South Wales commercial abalone fishery is meeting these challenges by using a finer reef scale management strategy that is linked to the greater New South Wales marine ecosystem-based management regime with a raft of dynamic assessment systems supported by tested stock performance indicators. This is the best approach to achieve the goals of sustainability, resilience and adaptation. Therefore, the New South Wales abalone industry supports Schedule 1, Section 21AA, borne by sustainable cultural fishing catch settings in regulation as intended. And we have a quote from the Honourable Niall Blair, MLC, Minister of Primary Industries, 18th of October 2017, that remarked, the intention has long been that Section 21AA would commence in conjunction with a cultural fishing regulation. So we'll begin on the terms of reference. A, the historical reasons for not commencing Schedule 1 for 11 years. The key Aboriginal representative groups, including the New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Council, NTS Corp and the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, advised the New South Wales Government that they no longer supported the regulation. The New South Wales abalone industry believes that this is the critical failure point in achieving the intended outcomes of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act 2009 and was the failure of the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council and other concerned Aboriginal representative agencies in fulfilling their responsibilities to provide sustainable abalone cultural catch set limits as prescribed to enable the necessary regulations required for Section 21AA of the Fisheries Management Act Amendment 2009, Schedule 1. During the crucial period of 2015-2017, the abalone industry had a representative on the Regulation Review Committee. The RRC's expectation was that the enabling cultural catch settings would be provided by AFAC to enact the regulation as a milestone step. At the 11th hour, AFAC decided to renege on this fundamental responsibility, the consequences of which have led to this inquiry. B, the present challenges to commencing Schedule 1. There is an overriding fundamentalist political rights agenda that values itself before the key values of sustainability and stewardship and actively compromises any opportunity to find reasonable trade-offs and outcomes that would enable Schedule 1. Again, the commencement of 21AA is, as Honourable Niall Blair, MLC, stated, that the Fishery Management Act for S21AA to commence with the supporting regulations to support conservation, development and sharing of fisheries and resources. Part C, the impact of the non-commencement of Schedule 1 on Aboriginal people and the practice of Aboriginal cultural fishing. It prevents cultural fishers' rights progressing from the Aboriginal cultural fishing interim access arrangements and the S37 permit system to a potentially superior holistic sustainable resource sharing and co-management arrangement. This is a real thing. It leaves Aboriginal fishers vulnerable to criminal elements wishing to exploit the cultural catch umbrella for profit. Zero limits or zero access arrangements on high-value species like abalone has been demonstrated to be a considerable pull factor for serious organised crime syndicates. It diminishes the role of engagement of First Nation people have in the actual management of the fishery. By failing to engage realistically on basic catch criteria such as size and bag limits that reflects the recognised and understood sustainability standards, Aboriginal peak bodies are disengaging cultural fishers from and making them irrelevant to the process of resource sustainability and regulation development. 117 millimetres is the standard minimum size limit for abalone in New South Wales. Literally, it's the gold standard based on hard lessons. And it's used by recreational fisheries. Simply, the minimum legal size limit guarantees that half the mature abalone have had an opportunity to reduce at least 5 times, and just as importantly, ensures that mature abalone are spatially dense enough for efficient reproduction. That's key. The commercial fisheries goes a step further with a minimum size limit of 120 millimetres north of Womboyne and 125 south of Womboyne to the Victoria border. This is an example of basic finer reef scale management. The resource does not see commercial effort, recreational effort or cultural effort. It only sees sustainable or unsustainable effort. Density decline and colony collapse due to serial depletion is demonstratively catastrophic. Part D. Steps previously taken and proposed to be taken by the government to commence Schedule 1. The Schedule 1 process was well structured, managed and thorough. The required instruments of the Aboriginal Fishing Trust and AFAC were created and operational very early on. Since 2016, when the key Aboriginal advisory groups, the New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Council, NTS Corp and AFAC advised the New South Wales Government they would no longer support the regulation, the New South Wales Government has been constantly engaging with these and other traditional owners to develop alternative arrangements called local management plans. LMPs seek to facilitate Aboriginal cultural fishing preferences to achieve the same natural resource management outcomes originally intended to be achieved through the Schedule 1 regulation containing the sustainable legal minimum, size limits and bag limits. I have a note here. Note that the commencement of Schedule 1 was always intended to have a structured fishing regulation to 21AA, and that catch fisheries would need to be worked through regarding size limits and bag limits for the preservation of future fish stocks. This has been worked through over numerous working groups along the East Coast and then failed to be supported in the final meeting of these groups. Part E, I'm almost finished. Part E, compliance measures undertaken by Fisheries New South Wales as it pertains to the non-compliance of Schedule 1. DPI has a duty of care to protect and manage all fisheries. Without the regulation that was prescribed by the Honourable Niall Blair MLC, there would be no protections to the sustainability of the fishery. Essentially, if there's one part is not sustainable, all parts are not sustainable. And finally, Part F, any other related matters. The Abalone commercial fishery has been disappointed and somewhat dismayed by the seeming lack of acknowledgement and even rejection for the need of sustainable catch settings from some of the Aboriginal elders and advisory groups. The Department of Primary Industries Fisheries, Fisheries Research Development Corporation and the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation are developing pathways for cultural fishers to enter the New South Wales commercial fishery. The New South Wales Abalone Association welcomes and supports this effort and stands ready to assist where appropriate. Currently, there are 45 matters before the courts relating to Aboriginal people for some 11,462 seized abalone. The inescapable truth is that most of these seized abalone were undersized and immature. Minimum legal size limits and bag limits equals abundance, resilience, sustainability, equity, and resource security. Thank you.
Mr. Bunny, that's clearly a prepared statement. Are you able to hand that up so it will assist Hansard?
Yeah,
The committee secretary will sort that out for you.
I thought Sarah was going to print a whole stack out for you.
Thank you. Stan?
I've emailed my prepared statement last night to Sarah, so I'll just read quickly from it. The inquiry and its outcome are of interest to recreational fishers. We all share the same principles around fishing to feed our families, and we all pass this culture down from generation to generation. The RFA's position on cultural fishing remains unchanged since 2015, and we still firmly believe it should occur if the rules and regulations surrounding fishing can be relaxed without harming the general health and sustainability of our fishery. We all need to acknowledge that the fishery is under stress and that the impacts we have all had over the past 50 years means we are not fishing the once pristine waters we often speak about. We are faced with a fishery that is under immense stress from habitat degradation, poor water quality, overpopulation, poor land and water management practices and pollution. It is with this in mind that we need to approach fishing into the future. The RFA is generally supportive of cultural fishing. For example, a process to allow such activities in the Botany Bay Recreational Fishing Haven during the annual mullet run. That activity was supported by the local fishing club and meetings were held between all the stakeholders. The RFA prides itself on being conversant and familiar with these important issues. However, the lack of any updates make this responsibility difficult at times, and we still hold the view that an active role for groups like the RFA is needed to help develop statewide policies, strategies and action plans for all activities in New South Wales that involve cultural fishing. The RFA has attempted to detail the amount of cultural fishing that occurs in New South Wales and where. However, the information has not been made available at the time our submission was written. The lack of transparency should be of great concern to all stakeholders. It is the view of the RFA that unless all fishers are engaged as part of any process to progress cultural fishing beyond a Section 37 permit to a local management plan or ultimately to the commencement of Section 21AA, the outside perception of Aboriginal cultural fishing will still continue to be that of a negative view of the process. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishers share similar values around the social and health benefits that fishing provides. What some non-Indigenous fishers might lack is the understanding of fishing in terms of connection to ancestors and country, and how it is central to the Indigenous culture and identity. We have missed the chance to share these values in a community discussion. There is a lack of strategy or available information that would help us better understand the process and assist in better managing the activity. At this point, we cannot help manage any concerns that local fishers might have due to the lack of any detailed information or assessment of the existing processes. If we proceed to the commencement of Section 21AA of the Fisheries Management Act, that has the power to create cultural fishing regulations, we will need a robust and inclusive engagement policy that needs to be developed with a mechanism for meaningful community stakeholder consultation that could potentially look at particular rules that are specifically prescribed in a cultural fishing regulation that deal with the sustainability of a fishery that is under immense stress in 2022 and beyond. The RFA thanks the inquiry for the opportunity to share our views and welcomes the chance to share these values that recreational fishing in New South Wales is used as an opportunity for promoting reconciliation in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just open up the questioning. So, Stan, you've emailed that through.
I have, yes.
Thank you. Stan, you say in the RFA submission, more needs to be done to explain Aboriginal cultural fishing to the wider community. You sort of touched that on that in your opening statement. Can you just elaborate what you mean by that? What do you see that needs to happen?
I think so I'm also president of my local fishing club, South Sydney. I've got 200 members. I've fished Botany Bay 50 years. Got a really good relationship with the Indigenous fishers there. When it came to allowing net fishing in Botany Bay for the annual mullet run, there was a lot of negative comments from fishing club members, something we had fought to get commercial fishing out. We were letting nets back in. But again, the engagement process was well handled back then. It allowed me to go back to my 200 members and explain things, and any negative perception that my members have were clearly put aside, and we move forward. That process has been occurring for many years now. We've had many updates. My anglers go down and watch, they engage, we communicate. That has gone by the wayside in the last 2 or 3 years. Didn't even get an update this year from the department on the mullet run in Botany Bay. Other fishing clubs where the Section 37s are coming in up and down the coast are contacting the RFA and asking about the process. They're not well equipped to handle it and deal with the members as we were. We've got a really long, and I have personally a really long role in advocacy. I've sat on every government advisory committee there could be, at the highest level as well. So we are really well equipped to go and talk to anglers up and down the state. The very first thing that we did when the mullet run in Botany Bay commenced is we went and broadcast this on national media. We had stories in the newspapers, on SBS. So everything has gone back to a sort of, behind closed doors where I can't even get information on what's happening. So I'm fielding questions from as far as Merimbula, Narooma, and up the Tweed, and you've seen from my submission that we're getting zero feedback, and so we're not answering it. We're not dealing with the community issues. And again, there is even back in the Botany Bay process, there's a little bit to and fro. We all sat down together. There are things that we asked that they be really mindful of, that some of these areas were really easily accessible, they were really family friendly, and that we really needed to share the space we were working in, and that was fine. We all worked really well, but it hasn't happened at all, and that to me is a worry, and it really is fostering a really negative perception out there about anything we're trying to do in this space and our involvement as recreational fishers.
Mr. Bunny, Mr. Izzy, do you agree that there needs to be more education with the fishing fraternity just around what is cultural fishing, that it is actually more than the take, more than the catch?
Yeah, definitely. There definitely has to be a bit more communication. It's being, as he's just outlined, we're not getting much communication, but also it needs to be done within a framework where it's sustainable, and we're not, in our industry especially, we're not attacking the juvenile abalone, which is the future of our industry and for all users. So in our industry, our biggest concern is not just for commercial, recreational, but also Indigenous fishers. There's going to be that future for everyone for the take. So yeah, we need to have these structures in place because, as you've seen from our submission, the damage that can be caused is irreversible from our point of view. It can be totally destroyed in certain bays, and then we're seeing fishers coming down in the illegal activity, and they're coming further and further down south because their fishing grounds that they're using are totally destroyed, and there's no fish left in that area. So it needs to be tidied up. There needs to be a clear line in the sand for everybody to know which direction to take and where we stand.
Stan, so when you talk about there needs to be more communication, where do you think that communication should be coming from?
I think the department needs to take a step back and let recreational fishers sit down with the Indigenous fishers as well in a broader process as is currently happening. Again, having that face-to-face contact, and again, I've got a lot of history in Botany Bay, but that was that was really good. I think that is what is missing, especially down the south coast. Very smaller communities as well feel that they could potentially be targeted for speaking out, and we really need to put those people at ease. Like I've had a local club president from down the far south coast who said if this continues, he will quit as president because he doesn't want to be, put in such a position that he has to think. So they're not equipped, and it's groups like the RFA and other groups can come down and really share their experiences and engage as a community rather than just sitting down as again, a lot of these people aren't equipped, and the department is missing the chance to go to someone who could potentially help them.
Yep. Mr. Bunny, where do you think the communication should come from?
So, in terms of abalone, the abalone industry, there's been, on the far south coast, there's been no interest from Indigenous groups to engage with commercial abalone fishing. We assumed, again, because we're an industry, we assumed that we would have this engagement through working groups to work this stuff out, and we had something to offer because we are finer scale reef management. We have processes in place for developing structured fishing programs and all this rest of that stuff. And what we've actually seen is just constant assaults on the industry from people on ABC television and stuff like that, which has left us a little bit surprised. And we honestly don't really have, to be quite honest, we really don't have an avenue for engaging with like a South Coast Fishing Rights Group in an official way, or Native Title Corp, or AFAC. We seem to have been purposefully put to one side. And like it or not, our business is sustainability. We constantly monitor. We agonise 24/7 over the spatial density of abalone because we're primary producers, right? And that's what primary producers do. We want to be doing this in 15, 20 years. So we would love to have some engagement over that. Okay. But there's just there's been no pathway, and there's been no real interest. We've been sitting there and we've been asking Department of Primary Industries, and I'm from the Rumour, so I know some of the folks down there, and I grew up with them, played football with them. We have conversations on the side, but they're meaningless. They're just because there's no fit. They don't translate into the next step, the next stage of developing stuff. And that's that statement that we made around there seems to be a more overriding value for the politics around the native title claim than the actual engaging with or entering co-management arrangements and resource sharing arrangements to sort out some of this resource conflict, which is why we're all sitting here today, right? So, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Now I'm just going to go to the other panel members, but before I might, Mr. Barrett, do you have something you would like to pose?
Yeah, Mr. Bunny, you did touch on the impact on the fisheries of overfishing and taking undersized fish.
Yep.
But what are the flow-on effects of that to the local community and the local economies?
So, are you talking just in terms of commercial fishing or for resource access for everybody?
I guess both, but if we do lose our abalone stocks, what are the impacts on that?
Okay, so a great example of this was we've just had a scare with a virus called AVG that is not endemic or established in New South Wales. We don't have it. We have a naive stock. We had a risk of it turning up here, and it gave us a moment to think about. Gave us a moment to think about what would happen to New South Wales and cultural fishers, recreational fishers, commercial fishers, and the ecology in general if we lost a key species like abalone. It would be really bad. I don't know how else to express it. You'd lose we had a parasite go through New South Wales in the early 2000s that took out 3/4 of the abalone stock. So the consequence of that was that you had a natural event that created a large-scale spatial decline in abalone that created so that the abalone were no longer dense enough to have efficient reproduction. So you just don't get abalone north of Wreck Bay pretty much anymore. So Ulladulla North, even now 15 years on, those stocks haven't recovered. And and that's one of the reasons that you see crime syndicates moving from Sydney and Wollongong to fish down the south coast, because we still have viable abalone stocks. Abalone's pretty easy. As long as you keep them mature and you keep them close enough to reproduce and their habitat's fine, they're a snail and they'll kick on. If you drop that population below a critical point, it takes years for those stocks to come back. And they don't just sit there waiting for you to come and take them out of that environment. They play a key critical role in maintaining and sustaining that ecosystem. Right? So it's not just an exploitation thing, it's also an ecological networking food web problem as well. Is that what you were asking? Sorry.
Oh, you keep going, but I'll let others jump in as well.
So what you see depends on where you sit, and obviously Greg and I, because this is what we do, we have a very specific view over the spatial management of abalone as it relates to value for communities.
Peter, do you?
Okay, can I just one question in the time we've got to Mr. Constantaris, please. I note in your submission you talk about the lack of any updates, information not being available, the lack of transparency should be of concern. Who is not providing that information?
The department, New South Wales DPI. So in the RFA submission, I tabled a series of emails, some rather legitimate questions that I was trying to get some answers for the fishing clubs on the south coast, even some answers from my local fishing club, and they just, the department seemed to have shut up shop, trying to get an idea of the scope and the extent of cultural fishing in New South Wales and the take. I could not get that information either, so it's really difficult to go out and again, I think the fishing side of things is quite small compared to things like abalone. I think there are issues that we can resolve quite easily between Rex and the Indigenous, and we haven't been afforded that chance because we haven't got that information. And they're really simple things, like in Botany Bay, it was primarily an area in Yarra Bay which was whiting and bream, which a lot of the families go down in summer, protection from the nor'easters, and that was a really great fishing spot, and we came to a really good agreement. Far south coast, it's Mulloway, which are under threat, and it's taken a long while for the Mulloway to come back into Merimbula, and the locals, that's their real only concern. There's a series of 5 lakes the Section 37 applies to. They said maybe we can leave one lake alone. They didn't think, based on their experience, that it could handle the nets. So really simple things that we just haven't had the opportunity, the information to go out and tackle. So there is that belief down there that cultural fishing is killing everything on the far south coast, but essentially it's not. There's a couple of really simple points that we can tackle together, and we haven't been afforded that opportunity, which is a shame because it's been going on now for months. There's no updates, no reports. The clubs from Narooma all the way down to Merimbula are all in sort of limbo. Their committees don't want to deal with it. They're not equipped. They don't want to be seen to be against cultural fishing, when most of them are really supportive of it.
Thank you. Can I just ask, Mr. Chair, Mr. Bunny and Mr. Rizzi, is that your experience as well?
Yeah.
Good, succinct. Thank you.
Yeah. Got a couple of minutes. Can I just to wrapping this up, I'll start with Stan and I'll come across, but essentially your organisation should support the commencement of Section 21AA. Could I say sooner rather than later? Would that be a fair addition to that? But I'll ask for Stan.
Yeah, I think we should get the process going, have the conversation happening, and get those little sticking points out of the way. I don't think they're big sticking points. I don't see why there's a reason. Hasn't really been explained to us ever on why it was never commenced. I got Mr. Bunny, he's gave me a little bit more insight, which was some of the reasons behind it. But again, for a recreational official like me who's been involved at all levels, this is until it was announced that we had an inquiry, it was really something that had never been raised with it. It was always about Section 37s and native title is all we spoke about, even at the highest level of the advisory committees with the government.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rizzi or Mr. Bunny, do you?
It was supported as long as it's got that structure behind it, with bag limits and size limits and the sustainability, and it doesn't undermine what the future is going to be. If there's no point having no bag limit and no size limit if there's not going to be any fishery left for anybody to use for all stakeholders. So with the right legislation and the right guidance from DPI and groups, I think we can definitely work through a good process, but there needs to be that finer scale management where it's thinking of the future, not just today, tomorrow. We've got to look at long-term, sustainability.
And just one quick last question from Mr. Poulos.
Yeah, just a quick one to Mr. Constantaris. Very encouraged by your observation. So, in relation to engaging with Indigenous fishers, is it your view that from your observations with different communities, that there is a focus within cultural fishing for sustainability principles along the lines of any other recreational fisher?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
So we're in alignment.
pretty much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for attending this hearing. Committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing once they receive the transcript. The committee has resolved that answers to these along with any questions, take any on notice? You may have taken on notice, be returned within 21 days. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to these questions. Thank you very much. And that closes your session, and we'll now have Dr. Paul Cleary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Wow.
Very dramatic.
There'll be people behind us will love that. I now welcome our next witness, Dr. Paul Cleary from Oxfam, Australia. Dr. Cleary, could you please state your name, the position title upon which you are appearing today, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
So my name is Paul Cleary from Oxfam, Australia. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Lead for the First Peoples Program. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Cleary. And would you like to make a start? Would you like to start by making a short statement? And if we can, maybe just a...
I will, and I've actually been crossing out parts of my statement while listening to the previous evidence because I do want to keep it short and we can come back to it later. But look, firstly, I want to acknowledge country and the Gadigal people's ongoing rights and custodianship of the land on which we're gathering. I want to thank this committee as well for looking at this issue and in particular the open-minded approach that I've seen that you take to the evidence so far. So Oxfam is an international development agency. We work in about 90 countries around the world, but we've had a program in Australia for the past 50 years because we realise a lot of the issues that we find in developing countries are actually here at home in Australia and in fact in many cases are much worse. We began working on this issue in late 2017 after attending the Native Title Conference and listening to a fabulous presentation by some men from the Yuin Nation around Narooma. And it was very clear to us that there's a very compelling rights-based issue here at stake. And obviously it also became obvious to us that there's a bigger picture, and that is Oxfam's a founding member of Closing the Gap, that campaign that's been going since 2007, which is about health equality. And what was clear when I went down the South Coast and met some of the fishers, both commercial and cultural fishers, was that here you have these fit, healthy people, men and women in their 50s and their 60s and their 70s. And they're not turning up in our hospitals with complex and costly medical conditions, which you often find, sadly, with many Indigenous people. And here they are living a healthy and productive lifestyle that had been criminalised. And there was very strong evidence that the government was really going after and targeting our Aboriginal people. So the first thing I did was then to look at some of the data, and I'll go into this in more detail, but I just want to make the point that contrary to the New South Wales government's submission, which actually has some figures in there which I don't know where they got them from, because we began generating data from the Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research. And it shows, for example, that 36% of the prosecutions since 2016, the year chosen by the government, involve Aboriginal people compared to the 7% figure quoted by the government. I can go into some of those figures in a bit more detail later. The other thing I did as well was I went and followed some of the court cases. And these are people that are described by the government as recidivists. And I would actually describe them as people who are immersed in their culture, who are very strong belief in sustainability and working with their communities, helping to feed their communities, as well as doing some trading and earning a living as well. But they're very much people who are culturally rich, I would say. And I think this claim that they're somehow involved in organised crime, well, I've sat in on some of these cases and there's been no evidence whatsoever that organised crime has been involved in some of these so-called recidivist cases. Just want to touch very briefly on the government submission, and there's a few points in there I think that really need to be addressed. It's very interesting, I think, that Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales has not made a submission to this inquiry. That's an agency that's within Premier and Cabinet. It's pretty inexplicable, I think, that that is the case. The government submission talks about the cultural fishing permits issued since 2010, 132. That's about one a month. No mention of the tonnage, by the way, or the kilograms involved. I would argue because it's very insignificant compared to the 100,000 kilograms of abalone. There's discussion of local management plans. We're going to hear more about them later. Only two introduced. They began working on it since 2016. Only two introduced so far as trials. That's pretty half-hearted. On accountability, interesting comments by the previous witness from the recreational fishers. Lack of interest in engaging with the public. We put in a GIPA request last year for documents on the compliance activities over a period of just 2 years. We were told it was an unreasonable diversion of resources and we were given nothing. This poor record contrasts with much stronger and more far-reaching actions taken in places like the Torres Strait, where the regional authority is working with local fishers to transfer the commercial catch to traditional owners. The Northern Territory allows for a community-based people to catch and sell up to 5 tonnes a year. Fishery laws in Queensland, Western Australia allow for cultural fishing. South Australia does so. It's also negotiated fishing agreements with native title holders such as the Narungga Nation. I really think there's a strong case here for New South Wales to be looking at transferring the catch over time, the commercial catch that is, to Indigenous interests, as well as supporting 21AA. I think in the interests of reconciliation, it's time for a circuit breaker, and I think this committee is a great part of that process. I hope this inquiry, perhaps there's a need for a broader one that looks at these other issues about how to find a better way of operating. And I would actually say, as a gesture of reconciliation, we should be looking at dropping the charges, ceasing the prosecutions, and removing the criminal records. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, before I throw to you, Mr. Barrett, I've just got one question, and then you can have your go. Dr. Cleary,
Sure.
when we were at Narooma, one of the participants in the roundtable pulled me aside a bit later on and had a chat to me to talk about what he thought cultural fishing, or to provide his explanation of what his view of cultural fishing. And it wasn't about the take or the catch for him. It was actually about his opportunity to sit down, as he said, the young fellas, but have a conversation with them about the environment, the waterways, how to manage the fish stock, so that there were lessons there more than just the fish take, which is what everyone seems to finish up focusing on. Would you agree that cultural fishing is broader than just the take, and why? Yeah,
look, I do. I think it's very much part of like people getting out and about and leading a healthy lifestyle. As I said earlier, it's about people engaging with each other and really having that spiritual connection to their land, which I hope we all accept that many Aboriginal people still have, which was a great thing and something that should be respected. I think it's interesting that you do mention young people in that question, because one of the disturbing things we found is that with these practices and the aggressive enforcement, that what you're seeing is that young people are actually disengaging, which is really a concern. So it's often a lot of the older people that are fishing, and the younger people, some of which have been deterred by the fines they received. Danny Chapman gave evidence of that, his own sons being copping these fines as teenagers, which has then prevented them from getting jobs and a driver's license. So I think, to answer your question though, it is actually something that, in terms of the contact I've had, and I've spent time on the South Coast, there is very much that spiritual and cultural process that is part of it.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
The spiritual connection to land and that sort of stuff, where does that intersect with the take for market that you touched on earlier?
Well, Aboriginal people, as probably a lot of, I guess we'd all know, have always traded. They've traded all sorts of things going back tens of thousands of years. They've traded food. They've traded ochre. One of the court cases I sat in on down in Bateman's Bay, there was evidence of the very first contact between an expedition led by Governor Macquarie, early 1800s, that the very first thing that happened was there was trade between the traditional owners. They traded fish for biscuits and tobacco. So trade has been part of it, but I think if that trade is happening within the sustainability limits, then that's not something that we should have a problem with. And as I say, I think trade is very much part of their culture.
You mentioned those sustainability limits there. The people you're seeing in court, are they have they got one or two abalone undersize, or what's?
Well, in one of the court cases I sat in on, we're talking about a bag of 9.7 kilograms of abalone. Someone who then got a suspended jail sentence for 9.7 kilograms, a bag of abalone. And if you think of the costs involved of prosecuting that person, and then possibly some of those instances being jailed for a small few kilograms compared to 100,000 kilograms allocated to industry. There's one of the cases I sat in that involved someone who did have a bootload. And when you read it in the media, I have to admit I was, slightly judgmental. I thought, what's going on here? But then the evidence, and it's good, as I say, from sitting on the court hearing, you learn a lot. And of course, that abalone was frozen. And it had been collected by that man, Keith Nye, over a period of months, and had been collected from various people who had been, I would argue, and he said, were fishing within their culture and in a sustainable way. And he was acting as a go-between. A lot of his people he works with are a bit reluctant to trade and engage with non-Indigenous people, but Keith has got that background, and as I say, it was frozen, and so unfortunately in that case the evidence wasn't brought from the people who caught the fish. I think the feeling was that he didn't want to sort of put other people in the spotlight. But I spoke to Keith about that, and he explained how it had been caught. And as I say, the fact that it was frozen really does put a different complexion on it.
Has there ever been a time you sat in there and thought, geez, this is a bit much?
I've not heard of organised crime. And as I say,
as far as their take, not just the amount of take, but the size of what they're taking.
I have to say the only case I did think this sounds a bit much was Keith and I when I read the media reports. But then I went to the hearing and I went, right, okay, so that's how it all worked. And there was evidence given by an anthropologist that explained Keith's role, that of being a go-between. And as I say, the fact that it was, I think it was something like 500 abalone. He recently received a suspended jail sentence, a fine, and the seizure of his new motor vehicle that he won in a raffle for a bootload of abalone that he was selling on behalf of the community.
What would be we heard earlier about what could happen if we do overfish these abalone stocks. What would be the impacts on the Aboriginal culture if we did see a dive in these stocks?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
they weren't there.
Look, it is concerning, and people I've spoken to, younger people in their lifetime, have actually seen the abalone isn't as easy to harvest any longer. It would be devastating for these communities, and that's why I think sustainability definitely has to be at the forefront. And I mean, Aboriginal people are very much, from what I've seen, what they're taking is they are feeding their communities. They might be selling a bit on the side as well. As I say, that's part of their culture. But certainly they are concerned about the stocks. But I would say that 100,000 kilograms of abalone a year is possibly what's actually been doing the damage.
Eddie, Scott?
I'll go to others if there's others in the room, so it's hard for me to see if there's others waiting to ask questions.
Okay. Mr. Poulos?
Dr. Cleary, thank you for your contribution and your scholarship. A lot of your responses today is very consistent with the observations made by numerous Aboriginal fishers when we toured Narooma. I'm just interested in, and some of the commentary there was that there was an eagerness to transfer knowledge from one generation to the other. So I'm just interested in your views about the impacts of withdrawing these opportunities for cultural fishing from the communities, and whether to what extent is there this correlation between the ability to engage in one's cultural practices and their mental and health well-being?
Yeah, look, no, that's a terrific question. Yeah, I mean, I've certainly seen impacts on mental health from the enforcement. And I think the government has given no regard to that at all in terms of the impact it's having. The government submission talks about these 47 cases that are going at the moment, 37 of them involving people from the South Coast alone. But certainly I've spent time on the coast with people when they're actually engaged in these practices. And as I say, it's an incredibly healthy lifestyle. And I actually said to one of them the other day, in fact, a couple of weeks ago when we were coming back from Narooma, someone who was actually facing court, and I didn't know what to say to this person. I said, how do you talk? He actually was facing a jail term. And I said, how do you deal with this? Are you going to meditate or something like that? What do you do? And he said, I'm going to go and fish. So it's that sort of that connection, that deep immersion in their culture is how people actually deal with it. But unfortunately, all the time they are being targeted. It's pretty clear, and they do have people really breathing down their neck.
Mr. Primrose?
Just one, Dr. Cleary. You mentioned concern about some of the statistics in the government submission. I was wondering if you could comment on that specifically again, but maybe take on notice and come back to us with some specific references and details of some of the significant concerns you have.
Yeah, look, so I've got the Bureau of Crime Statistics Research here in a spreadsheet, but I found it extraordinary. The government, they chose the year of 2016 for some reason, I think because that might have been a sort of a low point, but they claim that it's 7% of the prosecutions involve Aboriginal people. I went back and looked at the data from Boxar. It's 36%. They say that the proportion of penalty notices, fines, and what's interesting is the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people increases with the severity. So you start with about double for fines, about 4 times for fines, and then you go up to 20 times for jail sentences. So the more severe penalties are skewed towards Aboriginal people. The government says here the proportion of penalty notices, fines is 1.5%. The Boxar data shows it's 13%. So I don't know where, because they say in the submission our data. So I don't know what data they're using, but they're not using the crime statistics data. It's pretty clear. Okay. But I'm happy. I'll follow up on that, and I'll give you the spreadsheet.
Please,
With a bit of analysis.
We may ask what our data is.
Yeah, we could pose that this afternoon.
Yep.
I suggest. Dr. Cleary, so the recommendations at the end of the submission from Oxfam, there are two elements I'd like to pick up. One is, I think, sort of continues on that line of questioning I had with the earlier panel around, I guess, communication and who's responsible for the communication. And you talk about you require the DPI to immediately involve Aboriginal people in all decision-making bodies that deal with fisheries management. Do you think the communication amongst all stakeholders could be improved in New South Wales? And do you see that as the way of doing it, or is that just one way of doing it?
Well, yeah, it's interesting that, for example, in these assessment committees, that Aboriginal people aren't involved, and that's just extraordinary. And in this day and age, you would just think that Aboriginal people they're a stakeholder, traditional owners, they're a fundamentally important stakeholder. And I think involving Aboriginal people perhaps is a sort of a first step towards moving towards that sort of Torres Strait model that I think perhaps might be the subject for a broader inquiry by this committee down the track. But yeah, it's pretty extraordinary, I think, that Aboriginal people have been left out. And then from what I can see, there is the Fishing Advisory Committee, but that's separate. But in terms of the mainstream decision-making bodies, the resource assessment committees, they're not involved.
Yeah. And the other, number 6 in your recommendations is the other one I'd like to just get you to elaborate on, but you talk about developing a 10-year strategy to transfer the management of all marine resources in New South Wales to accredited Aboriginal organisations. This is based on a model in other jurisdictions.
Torres Strait, it's already there. It's working. There's a model. I recommend you, if you had a future inquiry, that you actually go up there and spend time and look at how they're doing things. It's actually modelled on New Zealand, which is even further down the track to us. So look at New Zealand as well. But there are good working models there that are involving Aboriginal people both in cultural and commercial fishing, and also in the management, as in like the rangers. So we've got great rangers in this country already doing fantastic work on managing feral weeds and animals, doing burning to reduce those huge wildfires. Not enough on the East Coast, I would argue, but perhaps that's also a model that could be deployed and there are Aboriginal Marine Ranger groups as well in other jurisdictions, and perhaps that could be a model as well that's part of that process. And
then my last question really relates to, so clearly you support the commencement of Section 21.
Yes, I do.
Do you have any reason why it would not have been commenced?
Look, I think the reason why it hasn't been is because I think there's been a lot of pressure on government. I think particularly from industry, but I just think there hasn't been enough of looking at that bigger picture and really developing a holistic strategy. And I think at the moment we're very narrowly focused on just the fishery, which is obviously very important, but to really think about how this could be done in a way that's sustainable within the sustainability limits, and to ensure that that also we're looking at a transition in the way that they're doing, for example, in the Torres Strait.
Okay, thank you. Other committee members, do you have further questions?
Yeah.
You're okay, Scott. So,
Yeah, Dr. Cleary, I'm just curious. I think in one of the responses you spoke about some huge volumes currently having impacts on the fish stocks. Surely that is unrelated to Aboriginal cultural fishing. That's industrial scale fishing, isn't that? That's having the impacts on the stocks.
Yeah, so I've been down the coast and I've seen the Aboriginal fishers and the way they work, and they are free diving with a snorkel and a mask and a wetsuit and a small knife, right? So that's the sort of level they're at. It's a very traditional type of fishing. So and it's not on an industrial scale at all. So the idea that Aboriginal people are the problem is pretty crazy when you look at the capacity of industry to...
So cultural fishing isn't about getting on a trawler and basically just...
Not even a tinny.
Right.
They don't even have a tinny, right? They've actually got a screwdriver or a small knife and a snorkel and a wetsuit, and they're free diving, and they're extremely healthy people. I wish
That's exactly what we saw in the room.
Yeah. I wish I was as fit as 70-something-year-old Kevin Mason.
Yeah. Okay. It would appear, Dr. Cleary, that you've exhausted us, and I dare say there may be more. So what you should know is that we may have individual questions arising after we receive the transcript. The committee has resolved that the answers to these questions, along with any answers to questions you may have taken on notice, be returned within 21 days. And the Secretariat will be in contact with you in relation to those questions. Thus ends your session.
Thank you very much.
And, we are now going to a video teleconference panel. Hopefully this all works. So we'll have Ms. Kate Tommen and Ms. Dora Bowles from the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. Oh, and you're together. Can you hear us?
We can. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. Good morning. So now, do you have the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Okay. Well, so I now welcome our next witnesses, as I said, Ms. Kate Tommen and Ms. Dora Bowles. If I could get maybe Ms. Kate Tommen to start by stating your name, position title upon which you're appearing before the committee, and then to swear either the oath or affirmation.
Kate Tommen, Executive Director of Research and Education Group in the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies, based in Canberra. And I would like to read that affirmation, please. So, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Dora Bowles, if you could do the same, state your name, the title upon which you're appearing before this inquiry, and then take either the oath or affirmation.
My name is Dora Bowles, and I'm a researcher in the Indigenous Country and Governance team here in the Research and Education Group at the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Institute of Studies. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, please. So we would like to acknowledge Ngunnawal and Ngambri country, from which we're speaking on today, and of course Gadigal country, on which the inquiry is taking place. We would like to share our respects to Elders past and present, and extend that respect through to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present. Aboriginal people on the New South Wales coastline have strong connections to their waters and sea country. Being out on and looking after country, fishing and diving are an integral part of identity, culture, transmission of cultural knowledge, spirituality and livelihood. In contravention with the rights and interests of Indigenous people to fish and access their waters, Aboriginal people continue to be persecuted for practising their culture. While individuals, families and communities have shown strength, resilience and creativity in continuing to assert their rights and culture, compliance activities under the Fisheries Management Act 1994 have had a detrimental impact on their lives, and this has been borne through in some of the research studies that IATSIS has undertaken. It's had a profound impact on health and wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people on the South Coast, their family and their family connections. And it is IATSIS's view that the commencement of Section 21AA, as set out in the Schedule 1 of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act 2009, New South Wales, has the potential to ameliorate some of those aforementioned concerns. It would provide a rightful place for cultural fishing within the New South Wales coastal management system and give due recognition to the rights and interests of Aboriginal people and marine resources. Further, IATS has put through a formal submission through to this particular inquiry, and IATS is of the view that there are no genuine barriers to the commencement of Section 21AA of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tommen, was that a prepared statement upon which you were reading?
Yes, thank you. Would you like us to table that and send it through to the Secretariat?
We would love that, and Hansard would really appreciate it as well.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up the questioning, and then we'll just then I'll go to the panel members. I'm not sure whether you were listening into the previous session or not, but I was talking about how when we were at Narooma, an individual spoke to me about the fact that cultural fishing was broader than, or the concept of cultural fishing is broader than just the take or the catch. And in fact, it relates to, passing on history and providing, I guess, land and water management information to individuals. Can you just elaborate? One, do you agree with that? And then two, what do you see as cultural fishing? Like, if you try to put some sort of definition around this framework, what is it?
Look, absolutely do agree with that definition and concept, and I will further elaborate on a definition of cultural fishing, but you're absolutely correct. As you would have seen through previous testimonials, cultural fishing is far more than the sort of bagging and fishing and size measurement of marine resources. It is a cultural construct that has continued in Australia since time immemorial under Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural beliefs, and essentially it sort of encompasses the entire spirituality and well-being of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and reaffirms connection to country. And it does so in that these practices are handed down by generation to generation through elders to young ones, and then that trend continues on. Inherent in that is also protection of species of marine resources due to the very nature of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander customary laws and cultural practices, which also affirm and support sustainability of marine resources. And it really does sort of encompass that whole sense of community as well, not just cultural transmission, but sharing of food, feeding families, leisure and well-being, physical health, mental health. It just all comes back to the continuation of cultural practice and what that actually means to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We in IATSIS, so through the Native Title Unit, have been involved in working with communities from the South Coast for a very long period of time. I think we first commenced a survey of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the South Coast community, in particular the Yuin community, which is about 400 kilometres of the South Coast, commencing from 2015 to 2017, with follow-up surveys in 2018 when we released our report, and most recently, I think our surveys was undertaken in 2020.
2020, the surveys were undertaken and published in 2021.
Thank you very much. So we've actually interviewed 233 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as part of that, and our research reports livelihood values of customary fishing really do provide some evidence and speak to the very nature of what we're talking about today, in that fishing is governed by widely recognised cultural laws and norms. It's one of the primary ways of living and practising culture. It maintains a connection with country, including sea country, and the passing on of cultural knowledge. And it's an integral part of people's identity and cultural identities. So that's a very quick overview of the findings of the research that have been undertaken with quite a significant amount of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people involved.
Thank you. And then my second question relates to the Section 37 permits. Your submission sort of articulates some reasons as to why they are, I guess, onerous is the word you use in your submission. Can you just elaborate on that? Can you talk the committee through why Section 37 permits are potentially not the solution to, not enacting Section 21AA?
Section 37, that's actually the bag limits under the Fisheries Act that talk about how many weight or bag catches, the weight of the bag catches that people are allowed to take. Is that correct?
Now, Section 37 permits, they're often cited by Fisheries as the solution to increased needs for specific occasions. So there's trials being conducted up and down the coast, I think, in a couple of spots around Section 37 permits instead of enacting Section 21AA. And on page 5 of your submission, you talk about how people are saying that applying for a permit is onerous?
Yes, thank you. Applying for permits is onerous for a couple of reasons. They're quite extensive, really, some of the reasons and the barriers for applying for permits, notwithstanding the fact that people also have to foreshadow when they're actually going to be undertaking the fishing activities, which can be a little bit problematic with sort of cultural and family traditions. Also, permit applications can be difficult for some members of our community. If anyone experiences any sort of literacy or numeracy issues in completing the forms, but the bag limit, the 37 permit, not only being problematic in those two contexts, really also any breaches of the bag limits also then leads to compliance activities, which then takes on a whole other nature of compliance and persecution, which is also spelled out in the submission.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on now to my colleague, Mr. Primrose.
Thank you. Look, just two brief questions, if I can. In your various consultations, what are the reasons given by people as to why they think this particular section hasn't commenced?
I don't think that has actually come up in any of the submissions, but I'm happy to take that one on notice and just go through the survey responses and get back to you on that. I mean, my understanding is that with the Fisheries Act, it could have commenced 12 years ago, but there has been some sort of complex views as to why it hasn't, but very clearly the fact that it hasn't actually commenced has been detrimental to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in the South Coast.
Thank you. The point I'm just getting at is I was just wondering the views of the community as to the reasons why it hasn't commenced, and I'd be interested if you could let us know what people on the ground are actually thinking, that's all.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The other point is we've heard this morning, again, from other witnesses expressing concern about the lack of transparency generally and concerns expressed about the statistics that are being thrown around in relation to this. I was wondering if you have any concerns about statistics, transparency, the amount of information that people have been able to get in relation to this matter.
I think there's always a greater need for transparency in anything. I think most of the statistical impact that we actually see from IATS's perspective and that are also borne out in the surveys is the actual impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families as a result of some of the compliance activities and actions that are taken as a result of cultural fishing. So between 2009 and 2015, it's been estimated that close to 500 Aboriginal people have been fined, jailed or had their equipment confiscated for fisheries offences, and some of the fines have been in the several thousands. And of course, having to replace your fishing equipment all the time will also have impact on that. We found that of the 64 people that we most recently surveyed in 2020, that almost 3/4 of participants knew someone within the community who'd been persecuted for fishing. So that was a survey of 64 people, so 3/4 of 64 is a pretty significant number. And some of the data that we're seeing from a statistical perspective also shows that Aboriginal people are disproportionately represented in some of the persecutions for fisheries offences and receive harsher sentences than non-Indigenous people. So 50% of charges in New South Wales from July 2011 to June 2012 were brought against Aboriginal fishers. Now that's against a context of an Indigenous population in New South Wales where Aboriginal people make up just 3.4% of the total New South Wales population in 2016. Now, of that number, 19 Aboriginal people received custodial penalties compared to only 4 non-Aboriginal offenders. So it also adds to the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in custody and the fracturing impact that this has on Aboriginal people and communities. And also sort of reinforces issues, including future issues around employment, sustainability, being able to support family and community members, and potentially also has the impact to start feeding into broader debates and issues in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs, such as over-representation of Aboriginal people in custodial settings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. Just to put some numbers around things, of that Yuan community that you talk of, can you tell me how many people or what percentage of that community would engage in cultural fishing? And then I guess flowing from that, how many would benefit from cultural fishing?
I might also take that one on notice in terms of telling you the population numbers of the Yuan community. We have surveyed, as I said, 233 participants throughout the course of our survey, which is fairly significant in terms of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander engagement with research surveys and participation. I'm not aware of the total numbers of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the Yuan community who would participate in cultural fishing activities. Suffice to say that given it is a cultural activity, that would be a significant population across Yuan community, because it is a cultural practice and an ongoing culture and cultural norm that is sustained. So the impact and involvement would be very significant. That's also drawn out, I think, in the very proactive involvement of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who participate in some of the local cultural fishing groups, and I'm aware that there are Facebook pages to share information amongst communities around cultural fishing, and indeed there's also cultural fishing groups set up, which I'll just ask you for the name of.
The New South Wales Aboriginal Fishing Rights Group.
Thank you. So New South Wales Aboriginal Fishing Rights Group that is got quite active representation and engagement across some very significant and quite senior Aboriginal local identities involved in cultural fishing.
And I hazard to ask this question, and please put it down to ignorance more than anything else, but when we're talking about cultural fishing, we're not talking about the methods of fishing in particular. It's more the connection. You know, it could still be someone sitting on the rocks with a beach rod, you know, and a lure on there. It's just more that connection to the culture rather than the method of fishing.
Yes, but I mean, obviously culture is adaptive and it modernises as well. So, I mean, people have obviously been involved in diving and deep sea diving for cultural resources, because we do exist in two worlds, and in contemporary Australian society where we've actually got much more modern tools and infrastructure, I suppose, which to undertake cultural rights and activities such as cultural fishing. And really, I think that there are probably two points to make. Much of the return on cultural fishing activities is then brought back and shared with families. Obviously, it can be seen as a supplement to household diets, and there is a very strong connection between eating traditional bush foods and supplementing your diet with bush food activities. They may also have medicinal purposes. That improves wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The connection to country and culture improves wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And then there has also historically in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander societies also been connections with commercial fishing, in that we have songlines and trade routes, and we have actually shared our catches or traded our catches with other Aboriginal nations as groups as part of ceremony and trade practices. And that's also an element of what we're talking about here as well. It's a cultural norm.
Thank you. I asked that question purely for clarification. I think it's quite handy to have that on the transcript, that explanation you gave then. Thank you.
That's it, Scott?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask, so Section 211 of the Native Title Act exempts native title, as I understand it, exempts native title holders from prosecution for want of a licence for hunting, for fishing and the like. How does that interplay with the Fisheries Management Act in New South Wales? Does not the Commonwealth legislation override the Fisheries Management Act? And what are the issues around that at the moment as they're playing out in the courts?
So yes, my understanding is that it does, but here I would also like to put on the record and in Hansard that I am not actually a lawyer, nor am I a native title lawyer or expert. We do, however, in IATSIS manage the native title research unit, which has been around for 29 years and also has a lead role in working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country in regards to native title claims. So yes, my understanding is that Section 211 of the Native Title Act does exempt native title holders from persecution, and that it does actually override anything in the Fisheries Management Act. And I think it's probably also applicable very significantly in this context because there has been a registration for a native title claim over the South Coast, and that's also another impetus, I suppose, that actually provides legislative protection around the rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to undertake cultural fishing on their traditional lands.
Okay, thank you. And I want to talk about what's the impact of non-commencement of Section 21AA?
The impact of the non-commencement over the last 12 years, I think, has been significant, not only with the 500 Aboriginal people that have been fined or persecuted, as I mentioned before, but it is that follow-on impact. So very clearly a lot of, and all of the sort of employment, education and health statistics will also bear evidence and weight to this. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people some Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are not in positions where they are able to pay fines. Getting fines can also put a severe financial and economic impact on communities. If family members are incarcerated, that then has a future impact on employment prospects and outcomes, ability for people to be able to support their families. And throughout our research, we have had evidence of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people self-reporting impacts on their physical health, not being able to go out and actually undertake the cultural fishing practices, mental health stemming from the inability to be able to practice and support and transmit and share cultural norms, or indeed the outcomes of cultural fishing activities through sharing of meals, and the economic impact that I mentioned previously. So it has been quite extensive, the impact on families and communities, not just felt within the immediate nuclear family, but also extended families and ripple effects right across the entire Aboriginal community that we're talking about.
And when a prosecution takes place, the impact isn't, as I understand it, not just on the individual who's been prosecuted. It also extends across that community that you were just talking about. Is that correct? Can you give us an example of what that impact would look like?
Absolutely. The impact is quite extreme, and it's quite extreme from several reasons that kind of get back to history, I suppose, contemporary history, and also history on which Australia has been founded. A lot of the impact that actually exists on Aboriginal people around issues to do with incarceration are very significant if you have a look at things like overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in custody, the fact that Aboriginal people are often in custody for longer. They're also in custody for far minor reasons. The impact on Aboriginal people going through the judicial systems can be quite extreme. There's often difficulties in legal representation and understanding some of the charges. And a lot of families are, of course, very worried about how people are treated in prison, and very worried about the potential impact for a death in custody, which of course would have an extreme ongoing disastrous and highly traumatic impact on that family should that actually come to fruition. So it's sort of born on history and engagement and brought out in current statistics that lend weight to that argument.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, Mr. Poulos? No? Mr. Barrett? All good? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time today, your submission, and your contribution today. I've got to say, it's quite thoughtful and well presented. So thank you for attending the hearing. Committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing once they've received the transcript. The committee has resolved that answers to these, and I think you took a couple of questions on notice, so any answers to questions taken on notice today be returned within 21 days, but the Secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to these questions. And so thank you very much. And that's it. And so I think we now go to, is it morning tea? We're going to morning tea. We come back at 11:15 for a panel with 4 individuals. And I believe those individuals are going to join us for a cup of tea. Excellent. Righto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. I now welcome our next witnesses, and I'll ask each witness, starting from my left, to state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. And then I'll move on to Mr. Glover, who is online, but I'll start with the witnesses in the room.
Should I read anything out first?
Yes, so read either the oath or the affirmation.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And could I just get you to state your name and position title, Mr. Carriage?
Can I just read this out?
Yeah.
It states it up the top.
Oh no, at the moment we're just swearing everyone in, so it'll just be the name and position title, and then I'll come back for the statement.
John Henry Jr. Carriage.
Thank you very much.
My name's Bill Cooley, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Oh, my name's Troy Tungai. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Glover, have you received the script for either an oath or an affirmation?
No, I haven't.
Would you like to take an oath or an affirmation? I'll read it out to you, and then perhaps you can just read it back to me.
Yep.
So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare
I solemnly and sincerely declare
and affirm that the evidence
and confirm the evidence
now about to be given by me
is about to be given by me
shall be the truth,
be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I'd now like to invite witnesses to give an opening statement, if you have one prepared. I think, Mr. Carriage, you said that you might have had something you want to read out.
Hi, my name is John Carriage. I'm a Wabanjaman and traditional owner of my country on the south coast. I was born on Wabanja country in 1979. I am 42 years old. From the day I was born till the day I stand in front of you today, I have never given up my rights to my land, waters and natural resources. Neither has my old people, past and present, or my ancestors before colonisation. My people never give up their rights to land, waters and natural resources, but they were raped, murdered, severely punished, and had their land, waters and natural resources stolen. Fishing, gathering and diving is a big part of us Aboriginal people. It's been part of our way of living for hundreds of years. My ancestors, my old people, done this tradition before colonisation and after colonisation. I continue this tradition on today. Growing up as a kid, I was taught to fish, dive, hunt and gather. I watched my father's uncles and great uncles fish, dive and provide ocean resources for our families. It was about survival. My family's done what they could with these saltwater resources, fish, muttonfish, lobsters, conchs. That was our main food, and my old people bartered, swapped, traded and sold. Today I follow in their footsteps. Diving is a big part of my life. Catching muttonfish and lobsters, I use them resources to provide for my family. It is my job. It is my duty to care for my family. I use my ocean resources today to feed my family and to barter, trade, swap and sell. It is my right as an Aboriginal man, a Waibunja man, a traditional owner on my country. I have taught my son my knowledge, how to dive, fish and provide for himself. I taught him about our waters and resources. We don't rape our resources. I have knowledge of how to sustain and care for my muttonfish and lobsters. I know not to take the breeders, now know to leave the babies to grow. I believe it is the commercial divers who are threatening to wipe out these resources with their commercial quantities. They have been given permission to take. Aboriginals have respect for country, including the ocean. Back in 1979, the year that I was born, our old people was fighting the same fight that I fight here today. On the 7th of February, Great Uncle Percy Mumbler gave evidence to the Select Committee. He told them that everything we needed was in the water, that we should have the full rights to fish, that we should not need a licence, and that we should be able to sell to make money for our children. Our people fought for us to barter, swap, trade and sell back then. Today I am not allowed to take my resources to feed and support my family. I've been charged, big fines on me, locked me out of my waters, have taken my resources, my catch, stolen my diving gear and continue to prosecute me and criminalise me with your laws, rules and regulations. Today, because of your orders, I am not allowed to get in the water and teach my little son about the ocean. I've been in jail for doing what I was taught. It was my right and my responsibility. My old people have never given up our rights to the land, water and our resources. Today I will continue this fight, to fight for my full rights, to fight for my kids. Today my 21-year-old son going through your court system. I will fight so you don't drag my 2-year-old son through it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carriage. Mr. Coolidge, did you have an opening statement you wish to give?
I'm from my mum. I'm a Darawal man, Gadigal, born and raised in La Perouse. Through my grandmother's side from Waibunja, Ulladulla, Bateman's Bay region. My family has a strong cultural connection to the ocean. I've traced my heritage back 7 generations to a tribal fellow from Ulladulla named Kudu, keeper of the ocean, with his role apparently to monitor the fishing activities of the local tribespeople, make sure that there was enough resources there for tribes travelling through country on the way north or heading south. I've been raised as a young boy to dive and been taught that if I need anything to survive, that's in the ocean. When I was a young kid, I recall as a 7-year-old, my father used to dive for Abalone before Abalone permits were ever invented or issued, or the need to have a permit to dive. Back then, they dived in around Royal National Park and the coastal areas surrounding Botany Bay. They would sell them. They were sold. They'd go out and they'd get 200-300 kilo abalone in the shell. They could take them down to the fish markets down at Piermont in Sydney, and they were sold readily and easily sold down there. they were getting $2 a pound. That fed my family, it sustained my family financially to be able to pay bills, put bread and milk on the table. I come from a family of 12 kids, so there was lots of pressure on my dad to provide for 12 children, diving for abalone and fishing for other species like groper and snapper and that. That's what sustained our family. Like I said, I've been taught as a child that's if times get tough, that's what I do. There's been so many instances in my situation where I've gone to do that, as I've been taught by my elders to do on a survival mode, and I've been apprehended by the fisheries. I've lost. They've taken my catch off me. Besides that, they've taken and confiscated all the diving gear that was associated with the catch that they apprehended me with under their laws. And I've been in this fight for close to 40 years. As far as I know, in around 1982, the New South Wales DPI Fisheries, they were consulting with every Aboriginal community from the Victorian border up to the Queensland border at Tweed Heads. In the first rounds of meetings that were held at Wreck Bay on Jervis Bay on the south coast. They asked us what we wanted out of it, out of the any laws that might apply to us. And back then we said that we would like to be able to catch a quota of abalone that equated to approximately $500 per week. That was based on the fact that we were talking about 50 abalone each being sold at the abalone divers market value. 50 abs would never have hurt the environment, and as soon as we mentioned money, that we want to make some money out of it, just to live a general wage, the New South Wales Fisheries just shut the meetings down completely and abandoned their whole project. And that's left us in limbo. Like I said, I've been in this fight for Aboriginal cultural fishing rights in some capacity for 40 years. And in that 40 years, things have gone down, not up, in regards to our rights. They've actually got a lot harder on us. That's my submission.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tungo, just a short opening statement if you have one.
Yeah, my name's Troy Tungo. I was born and bred in Port Kembla, around the Illawarra area. I come from the Human Nation. Yeah, when I was growing up, probably around about 5 or 6, I used to jump in the water with my old man, watch him get abalone. So he taught me how to get them for a couple of years, and I was just holding the bag for him. The next minute, I'm getting them myself. But he always told me that that's your survival, like a way of living. But also, I've been to jail, got fined, like over $30-something thousand for cultural fishing. I've also got pulled up by a fisheries officer and police as I just come back from a funeral, as I was one of the pallbearers. I'd get up 200 metres up the road and I'd get pulled over by fishery officers and police saying that I've been diving. And pretty much all my life I've been diving, but also getting pulled up and harassed by fishery officers. So, but I've told them I'm not going to stop diving, which provides us with our food and stuff like that. But I've taught my children, I've got 2 boys and 5 girls, they all know how to dive, so they get hungry or whatever, they just go and get their own feed. But it's also good for our elders. That's why elders have got sugar diabetes, heart problems, kidney problems. You're not allowed to go and get the food for them no more. Because they've got to be down on the rocks, 100 metres within the water's edge. But some of them elders can't even get out of the house. So when I go to get a feed for them, I've been prosecuted for it, been jailed for it. So what else can I do?
Thank you for that. Mr. Glover, did you have an opening statement that you wanted to give? Is he still online? We may have to come back to Mr. Glover if we can, because I don't want to lose any time. I'm sure there's members of the committee here who have some questions. I see Mr. Primrose with his hand up.
May I just ask one? And from some conversations I've heard that Aboriginal people have been told they're not allowed to go back in the water. Would any of you like to just describe what, if that's the case, who said that and what does that mean to you?
Well,
Maybe Mr. Tungo?
I went to court back in 2008 in Bateman's Bay Court. It was only around 40 Abalone or so. Because they said I was a repeat offender, the judge barred me from the ocean for 2 years. So what I've done, I got it transferred from Bateman's Bay Court into Wollongong Court. When I get to Wollongong Court, the judge starts laughing. He said, I've never heard of anyone getting barred from the ocean. Yeah, so it was me and another bloke, Joe Boy Carriage. So I ended up taking it back to Wollongong Court and he dismissed it, yeah. So.
Has anyone else heard of any similar
provisions? I've just finished I appealed to the district court. The appeal got dismissed in July this year. And I've been out of the water since October. The local magistrate down in Bateman's Bay, he gave me 2 years out of the water, away from my resources, lobsters, mutton fish. I'm not allowed to have a screwdriver. I'm not allowed to have a pair of goggles, a snorkel, flippers, anything to do with diving. I'm not allowed to have. And I appealed that. I went to district court. They dismissed it. They had $35,000 fines. Now I copped a lot. And through the court, I had a 4-day trial, and I produced my connection to country. My genealogy and all this stuff. What I needed to prove. That's my rights as an Aboriginal man, traditional owner down home to and the local judge, I don't think he took any of that in consideration. Or the abalone industry is a multi-million-dollar business to the Abalone Association and the industry, and in my trial, I asked the prosecutor, I asked the judge, do they eat abalone? And they both said no. A lot of people don't know what abalone is or what it tastes like. A lot of white Australians and a lot of my mutton fish gets sent overseas and stuff, and a lot of white fellas I know, I've cooked it for them, and I've fed it to them, and they become to catch it themselves, after they tried it. And like, even for my son's first birthday, my partner, there's a few different nationalities at my son's first birthday, and I went and I caught 160 mutton fish for my son's birthday, and I trunned them and I bashed them and I cooked them all up, and I had mob coming from down the coast, all coming to my son's first birthday, and a lot of people missed out. 160 abalone I had cooked them. Because once they start eating them, it's like oysters, you can't stop. You love them. But to be out of the water now, it's been since October last year. I usually weigh around 90 kilo, and I'm up to 150 kilo. I hardly drank, I used to drink probably once a fortnight, one night, and a packet of smokes would last me 2-3 days. Now I'm smoking a full packet of smokes in one day, and I'm drinking every weekend, like one day a week now, and my mental health, stress, and it's really, it's done a lot to my lifestyle the last 12, since being out of that water, As therapy, I go there with my son and my cousins, and we take our nephews, and we all talk, you know, about our issues and our problems. You know, we light a fire, and we're diving, we're fishing, and you know, some of the charges like trafficking. They charge me for trafficking. They charge me for joint possession. When I go to that water, and I dive for me and my family, my cousins, they dive for their family, you know, and they put us all as one. And like in the district court, district judge said, you know, like when him and he made when they go fishing, he fishes, you know, for his family. You know, he takes his catch home to his family, and with us it's different. You know, a group of black fellas that's all joined us, big what's that word they were saying? Syndicate. Yeah, they seem to think it's a syndicate, and you know, it's well, when you do trafficking, you know, they're our natural race. I've only heard of trafficking through drugs and you know, all that sort of stuff, but using our mutton fish, our lobsters, and say that we're trafficking, and they're describing it like we're drug dealers, or you know, we're dealers or something, you know, I don't know, but
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our first panel this morning had the Recreational Fishing Alliance and the Abalone Association, and both those organisations said they were of the view that Section 21AA relating to cultural fishing should be put in place. Like they agreed it should start. But one thing they did say to us was there was issues around communication, and the Recreational Fishing Alliance fellow said, like, if they could just talk to people and be educated around what is cultural fishing and how it works, things would be much better. Do you reckon people would be open, your communities would be open to sitting down with people and working out how we can do this so that you can culturally fish?
Well, you know, like, abalone industry for one, you know, that's the minority will come out and say, let's talk, we want to negotiate, we want to communicate. It's the minority. Majority don't want nothing. The majority of the abalone industry don't want us nowhere near the ocean, touching what they consider their resources. You know, they might pay millions of dollars for an abalone licence. That they think that gives them inherent right over the whole area, the whole ocean, because they've put a dollar perspective on everything. You know, I know the president of the abalone industry. I can't name him obviously, but he's one that publicly has said, you know, there should be a cultural catch. He wished he would be willing to negotiate and talk. But then you got the New South Wales DPI, the Fisheries Department. I believe they're protecting the abalone divers themselves. Because of the fact that, you know, the abalone divers paying $4 or $5 million for a licence. You know, they don't, it's not an honest assumption to think that the abalone divers as a whole support cultural fishing, because they don't.
Okay. Where is the Aboriginal person going to get $1.5 million for an abalone licence? Hey, you know, like, that's why they put these licences up, I reckon. Look,
We're locked out of a resource because
from our own
we haven't got the dollars to pay for it.
Yeah. Another big thing is the Abalone Association. They paint a picture of every black fella on the south coast diving and raping the ocean. That's the knowledge. You know, you've got to be very careful in the water. You've got to know about the winds, the swells, you know. And I have an older brother, you know, he's passed away now, but he's an Aboriginal artist. And my brother, he could paint 5 paintings in one day, you know, he had his art shop and everything. But he could not die, you know. Knew he was a good fisherman with a hand line, but he wasn't a good diver for mutton, fish and lobsters. My little brother, you know, he's an oyster farmer and he knows everything about oysters, and he's done it for over 15 to 12 years, you know. That's my younger brother. And I've been diving for over 20 years, providing for my family, and when I go diving, you know, I've got to depend on the swell, the weather, you know, the ocean, and which way the swell, and the fisheries seem to think we're out there every day. You know, we're just taking and taking, you know, like, I could probably get in the water on it for 2 days a week, and southerly swell comes up, you know, I'm out of the water for about 3 weeks. We don't use boats and stuff, you know, we've got to wait. We walk around the rocks, and, you know, we walk long distances around the rocks, swimming in little areas and jumping out, and if that swells around the rocks, so I could go diving for 2 or 3 days, you know, to provide for my family through the barter swap sell and trade system, and then I could wake up the next day and it's heavy thunder, rain, and, you know, there's big seas, and so I've got to wait for the swell to calm down. It takes about 2 weeks most times, and they paint this picture that we're in that water every day, we're taking our resources, and it's 2022, you know, I've got to learn to live in today's society, you know, and they were saying was money didn't run the world, but in today's society, money absolutely runs the world. It, you know, it runs the electricity, it runs your car. Everything you do today in life depends on money. And, I feed my mother and father my seafood, I feed my kids, I feed my partner, I feed my partner's family. And at the same time, I help household bills, and, you know, what I've got to do as a father, as a man, you know, I'm a provider for my family, and that's my job, you know. I've got to make sure there's food on the table, kids have got clothing, you know, when their birthdays come up, they're going to have a nice party, and they're going to have presents, and, you know, I've got to do that for my family, yeah.
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Glover back. Mr. Glover, I hope you can hear me. We lost you earlier, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to give a short opening statement if you had something that you wanted to present to the committee today.
Yeah, I do, yes.
Great.
Yes, I'm Nicholas Glover. I'm Biripi. My grandparents, my mother, they all come from Taree, Wingham. I come down to the South Coast. I got married at the South Coast into Troy's family. I know Troy pretty well. I'm not an Abalone diver, but I used to go down and hold the bag and go diving. And I used to go down with Troy and his father, and we used to go down and get a feed. Sometimes we, you know, made a bit of swap on the way, and it was just something to do for a little bit of fun. But now it's got that way with the fisheries that I haven't been near the water for 3 years. We can't go near the water. I get pulled up on the side of the road at Albion Park Rail, or I go to Troy's place. Police pull me up and they say, I ask them what they're pulling me up for. They go, I'm pulling you up because we want to search your car because you might have undersized fish in your car. And I said, I haven't been near the water for yonks. You know, what we're looking for the police and the fisheries to give us a break, because it's got that way now that it's just ridiculous, you know. As Troy might have stated earlier on, he got pulled up at a funeral, on his way to a funeral with the fisheries, you know. It's just something that it's got to be addressed, and it's got to be addressed so we can have a little bit of dive, get a feed, you know, and it's just got that way now that we can't do anything. And the police is just as bad, and the boys will tell you there that they're worse than the fisheries. 26 years ago, I got pulled up. I had Troy's wife. She was having a baby. She had a little boy in the car. Me and my wife and her got pulled up at Gerringong, and all up there was 21 coppers. There was some with guns over their shoulders, and detectives were there, and they told us to stay in the car And I said, okay. And then they got me out of the car. They searched my car. They lifted the bonnet on my car. And I was only moving to put the air filter back on my car. And one of the guys that was standing there all dressed in black, and he had a weapon over his shoulder, a rifle, assault rifle, I would say. And he said, I told you, he said, if you move again, he said, someone's going to get hurt. And I said, mate, I'm only putting my air filter on. I said, we don't have to come to this. He says, well, you broke the law, so we're here to fix it. And I'm going, what are you going on with? You know, okay, we've got Abalone in the back. We go home for a feed. And I said, there's no right to do anything like this to us. And, you know, we're that frightened of police today with the fisheries that one of us is going to get hurt really bad. And I've been pulled up multiple times. Me and Troy's been to court, and the court's finished at 9 o'clock at night dealing with me and Troy. And he said to me right at the end, and Troy can verify this, he said to me, he said, next time if you front my courthouse, Mr. Pearce said, he said, you bring your toothbrush, he said, because you're going to jail. And I'm going, for a couple of abalone. And, you know, it's just ridiculous to what we put up with every day of the week. As I said, I'm not an abalone diver. I just went with Troy and his father and his cousin, and I held the bag. But I still got the same punishment as everybody else. But it's just ridiculous that you can't get a feed. And the way the fisheries are carrying on today is that they think that they're higher than the police. And it's just ridiculous. Someone's going to get hurt, and it's just ridiculous how, you know, they can pull us up. They can do whatever they want to do, and we can't stop them. Yeah? It's just shocking to see it go like this. Well, I'm not saying that, you know, I'd like to, we should share the water. There's a lot of abalone divers I know of in the Illawarra that get a lot more than what we do. And they're telling us to, as the boys said, get us to get a license. Where are we going to get the money for a license? We shouldn't have to. It's our land, but everybody opens the ocean, as I said. But let us get what we want. Let us do what we can, and everybody be happy. But it's just got that way now. We can't even get a feed out. I went fishing the other day, and they asked me for a fishing license, and I said, "Oh, why should I have a fishing license?" I said, "I'm a traditional owner of the land." Oh, he said, "You don't look Aboriginal to me." And I said, "What does an Aboriginal look like?" He said, "They're black." I said, "Okay, well, I'm not black. My mum is." Yeah, I said, "So what you're saying to me, you got to be an Aboriginal to be black?" And he's going, "Yes, you have." And I'm going, I said, "That's a bit rude." So he said, "You pack your gear up," he said, "and get in your car and go home." So I reckon, you know, we should get a fair break at this, and the coppers and the fisheries should just leave us alone, do what we want. We're not going there and raping the full sea and taking everything. We're only taking a few. The abalone divers are the ones that take everything. We only just go along and take what we need at this time. But the way they put it is that we're the criminals, and that's the way they look at it. And I don't think it's right. So, you know, one day someone's going to get hurt really bad. And I'm not going to, you know, push the issue too much, but still today, we still haven't, for black deaths in custody, no one's never ever been charged. Okay? And at the end of the day, someone's going to get hurt and they're going to walk away with it. So we just need to have a little bit of dive, do what we can, get what we can, but we're not raping it. We just want to get a feed. You know, some of us do swaps, some of us make a few dollars. Okay, that's fine. But we're not making millions of dollars. And we ain't criminals. Okay, so we got a lot of kids. Troy's got quite a few kids. I go down and help Troy go diving. You know, but at the end of the day, it's just, they got to give us a break. And it's just something that's, yous are got to look at, and yous are got to help us with this. So I've said what I had to say, and that's what I reckon should happen. They should just give us a break. especially the police and the fisheries, and everybody will live happily.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Glover.
Thank you.
Government members have any questions?
Scott on the line, I'll ask Scott. Otherwise,
Yeah, no, not from me. Thanks.
I've just got one, if you don't mind, just to contextualise some of the stories that you've told to us. Would you be able to give us a sense of how many fish you have on you when fisheries intervene?
I think it's about 201.
Okay. Anyone else?
I've been caught with 50.
50? Okay.
Yeah, all different.
All different.
My last case, there was 168 abs.
Righto.
Mutton fish, and they wasn't mine.
Most of mine was joint possession.
Okay.
Yeah, in my situation, 50 abalones, nowhere near a commercial catch. It's not. It hasn't got a high. It wouldn't have a high black market value.
Understood.
Might be $100 on the black market, but these fines and all that they're handing out is very rarely someone gets caught in the act of selling their catch.
Yeah.
Very rarely someone gets caught in, say, a Chinese establishment selling their abalone. But when we go to court, the assumption is, with pressure from the DPI, Fisheries, is that we're selling our catch. So the fines that they're handing out now, they're reflecting on an assumption that we're selling our abs. But if you're committed for murder, they got the gun. I don't think the assumption that we're selling abs is justifies, say, a minimum $5,000 fine, because there's no proof that they're going to be sold. But we're dealt with as if wholly they're getting sold, because the abalone divers say we're selling our cultural catch. They just assume or presume that we're selling our catch. There's no proof. These astronomical fines that they're dishing out, they are just an assumption. And it's not fair on us, because we should be presumed innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. So if they want to dish out a $5,000 fine based on the assumption that they have that we're selling them, well, then they should have proof that we're actually selling them. And they very rarely do. And that's one unfair part of the legislation and the law. Every judge in their summing up will refer to the black market. And we're not all black market dealers. We're out there getting a feed. We're carrying $20,000 worth of fines because the court assumes that we're selling them, again, without proof. It's not fair.
Mr. Cool, are you saying people aren't selling these abalone?
Sorry?
Are you saying people aren't selling these abalone?
Majority, overwhelming majority, do not sell their abalone.
My last court case finished issue in July. My son was 16 and today's 21. So 5 years, the mutton fish were not my mutton fish. On the day the fisheries followed me, my son and my two cousins, when I go fishing, we'll stop and buy a loaf of bread and we'll buy our bread and butter, and we usually sit out on this headland and we have the pie each, and we look at the water and the wind and the swell and determine where we're going to go for a swim that day. And this actual morning, the fisheries pulled up beside us. Local fisheries down home on the Wabunja country, and they followed us to each beach we went to. But we still went diving and fishing, and they sat on the cliff, two fisheries officers, and they watched us all day. So I left me and my sons catching the water. The water was high tide, so I knew if I come back tonight, I was 2 2 days before New Year's Eve. So the campground was packed, so we had to go to this other parking area. So there was a lot of white fellas spearing and fishing, and this is a marine sanctuary zone park where me and my son and my cousins were diving. Then we've got all these white fellas camping and they're spearing fish as well, and the fisheries have been at this spot all day watching me and my son and my 2 cousins. And the tide was high, so I swam up close, and I put rocks over my catch and that so the lobsters couldn't get out, and my other cousin, he ran up into the bush towards the cliff, and he put his below the cliff and he put rocks around them. And I sent my son up to the car first, he's 16 years old, he's 15 going on 16, and I get pretty heated up, when the fisheries come and they steal me diving gear. They've stolen me diving gear, me mutton, fish and me lobsters. They've been stealing it for over 20 years. I get heated up, I can't handle that, And so I sent him up to the car, first. I didn't want my son seeing, the arguing and the words would come out of my mouth, and you see the people standing over me, I'm a father, and that case went on for 15 years, 5 years in court. They wasn't my mutton fish. I told the judge, my cousin come to the court, and I owned up to him, he told him, no, John went back that night and got his. When I went back to get mines were gone, but John and his sons were still there and stuff like that, and that was 168 Abalone, 5 years in court and $35,000 fine, 2 years barred from the ocean, and the son goes to court next month. He's got no representation, and I'm all he's got, I've taught this young boy how to survive out of, in today's society, if you've got no money, son, if you're starving and you need to put a root, in that border there's a lot of money, and I've taught him this, barter, swap, trade and sell, My people done it back in the 1800s, our ancestors. There was no money back then. Today, there's money. So now it's become barter, swap, trade and sell, And I hope next month that my son doesn't walk out with $10,000-$20,000 fine. I hope they dismiss his case, or because the way I was treated in court, I'm his father. I don't like the court system, I don't like the DPI, and I don't like the fisheries making me out to be a criminal in front of my kids. I'm teaching them their traditional ways, I'm teaching them about the land, the water, and how to survive. Today it's about survival, hunting and gathering, survival, to make it through today's society. At the moment, the court system, DPI, they seem to think I'm teaching my son the pathway to a jail cell. I spent time in jail for diving. I got out of jail, then I nearly spent another 7-8 months in jail for diving. And I want to have the rights, This is my trade, I love diving. I love providing for my family through diving, catching mutton, fish. I love barter, swap, trading and selling. I love the look on my partner's face when I come home and I've got a couple of dollars to give her to put towards the rent and electricity bill, and I've got a nice lobster to cook up for, and I've got a couple of dollars for the kids, And they can go and get themselves some phone credit, and they're real happy, For Christmas, I love it, when they open their presents, they got a mad iPhone or something, like the white kids, their parents go out, they could be tree loppers, they get paid $1,000 chopping down trees, in my country. I don't even get royalties. I'm a traditional owner down home. I don't get royalties off the Abalone Association. They've been taking my resources for God knows how long, and selling them. Where's my royalties? My land's been cleared. Trees been cut down. You know, I'm a traditional owner. That's my land, my water, my resources. On land and the water. And I've got to sit back and be a third-class citizen on my own country, on my own land. Be criminalised.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carriage, and thank you, everybody, for attending today. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I suspect there might be some further questions from committee members. And if there are additional questions, the committee has resolved to answer these, and they'll send them to you and to have an answer within 21 days. I don't think there was any questions taken on notice, but the committee, the Secretariat will be in contact with you in relation to any further questions.
Excuse me, before you go, I'd just like to serve a document to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all right, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
So,
we've got copies, thank you.
Oh, you got copies, have you?
I think, is this it?
All right, yeah, thank you.
If they can make it to the Parliament House in Canberra, that'd be good.
Yeah.
You know, if that rebuttal can make it up to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for this, and thank you again for all coming today and giving us your time and for speaking so honestly with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Glover.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Glover.
Yes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome our next witnesses. Can I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, their position title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Janet Hunt, and I'm an Honorary Associate Professor at the Centre for Aboriginal Economic Policy Research at the Australian National University. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Kate Barclay. I'm a professor in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Technology, Sydney. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ridge?
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Ridge. I'm a research student at the University of Technology Centre for the Advancement of Indigenous Knowledge, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Voyer, did you get an email with either the oath or affirmation?
I did, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Voyer. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security at the University of Wollongong. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'd like to invite witnesses now to give a short opening statement if they have one. I might start with Dr. Hunt.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today and for your inquiry. I'd like to firstly acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and also pay my respects to Yuin people of the South Coast, where I have conducted research and where I also spend a considerable amount of time, although I live in Canberra. There's just 4 points I'd like to make. First of all, that Aboriginal people at the south coast of New South Wales have had a cultural economy and governance system which for thousands of years managed the marine resources with abundance. That engagement continued after colonisation, and I draw your attention to Natalie Kwok's submission for the whole history of all of that. The second point is that the New South Wales Fisheries Management amendments were to align New South Wales legislation with the Federal Native Title Act in line with the 2004 National Indigenous Fishing Principles, which were to protect cultural fishing. Now, in the meantime, the South Coast Native Title claim was registered. It was not opposed by the New South Wales government, and that government is aware through that claim and the expert evidence presented in all these court cases that the Aboriginal normative laws and customs have been passed down intergenerationally and they persist. So individuals should not have to prove that in a court or here because government already has this evidence. Furthermore, those native title sea rights may not be limited except by an agreement and can include rights to barter and trade, and there's legislative precedence for this. Thirdly, I've documented multiple impacts of the persecution going on in my submission, and we've heard some of them today. Apart from these terrible socio-economic effects, intergenerational cultural transmission is threatened. If the culture is to survive, it must be transmitted to younger generations. But fear of harassment and prosecution is impeding that now. And lastly, I want to just respond to the point that the recreational fishers say that they have a culture of fishing too. But this is not the same as for Aboriginal people. We are talking today about a relationship between a colonised people and the coloniser. In various other jurisdictions, there are treaty processes which are recognising this. In New South Wales, that is not the case. But here, the situation is certainly inconsistent with the New South Wales Closing the Gap policy and the New South Wales Government's vision, and I'm quoting here, for Aboriginal people to determine their own futures, because maintenance of their saltwater culture is central to that. And I would recommend immediate implementation of Section 21AA with no limitations, adequate compensation for loss and harm to those affected by the non-implementation since 2009, and education of fisheries staff and police, perhaps, as to the legal rights of First Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Does either Professor Barclay or Ms. Ridge have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
I have a short opening statement. So, thank you also for inviting me to speak at this inquiry. And I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Gadigal of the Eora Nation. This statement is on behalf of researchers at UTS who work on fisheries, Aboriginal land rights, native title nationally and internationally. Australian governments are bound by international human rights commitments to redress the damage done to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people through colonisation. Native title measures are a key way to achieve that. The prosecutions of Aboriginal people for cultural fishing in New South Wales is a shameful continuation of damaging colonialism, and these prosecutions need to stop. The Fisheries Management Act amendment is how native titles should be implemented for fisheries in New South Wales. The Fisheries Management Act clearly regulates fishing for commercial fishing and recreational fishing, but it has a vacant space where regulation for Aboriginal cultural fishing should be. Section 21AA fills that vacant space in the Fisheries Management Act. It should already have been implemented. It should now be implemented as a matter of urgency.
Thank you. Dr. Voyer, did you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
Sure, yes. So I'm down here on Dharawal country, so I would acknowledge the traditional owners of this land. And I work throughout UN country, particularly down in the Walbunja area, and I would acknowledge their traditional owners as well today. My work is largely around looking at supporting environmentally sustainable social and economic development opportunities for local communities and including Indigenous communities in ocean spaces, something known as the blue economy. So I wouldn't regard myself, I would refer to my very learned colleagues for expertise around cultural fishing and native title. But during my work, I've regularly engaged with Aboriginal fishers along the South Coast over the last 10 years. And in that time, I've regularly and repeatedly interviewed Aboriginal fishers around, and the impacts of fisheries compliance activities on their lives and livelihoods comes up repeatedly in those interviews. And some of these interviews, I've literally interviewed hundreds of people over the last decade or so, and some of these interviews are some of the most confronting and emotionally charged that I've experienced. So we've seen expressions of despair, anger and stress as a result of fisheries restrictions on cultural practices such as beach haul, abalone and lobster fishing. And so I feel reasonably qualified to speak about, in general terms, about these impacts. These include significant mental health impacts, financial impacts and loss in culture of family breakdowns. But one of the more hidden impacts that I think is worth mentioning is some of the opportunity costs associated with the length of time that this has gone on unresolved within the community. And what we're seeing increasingly is that Aboriginal communities are beginning to really articulate some really exciting visions for how they would like to engage with the management and use of sea country into the future, and how they might develop their own unique economies based on their cultural use of marine resources. And so these models of economic development based around notions of reciprocity, relationality and respect for nature are some things that are really exciting and that the entire community can learn from. But some of the situation gets really confused because this is all happening at a time of prosecutions, and there's lots of energy being used to fight these prosecutions. And at the same time, the department is actively working to support Aboriginal activities in this space through the Marine Estate Management Strategy on one hand, and on the other hand, Aboriginal fishers are having to defend their rights and manage the impacts of prosecutions on their mental and physical health and their relationships with each other and the broader community. So this creates a really challenging situation, particularly for community leaders who are working in this space, trying to reconcile these competing kind of messages coming from the department around prosecutions. So I would absolutely support the recommendation to enact Section 21AA as soon as possible, and to think carefully about the system around who takes responsibility for engaging in this space, whether it can be both. The department can take on this role as both the prosecutor and the supporter of Indigenous self-determination.
Thank you for that. I'll just double check with Ms. Ridge that she didn't have an opening statement, or did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just would like to address an issue that arose this morning about whether or not Aboriginal cultural fishing is currently part of the framework for fisheries management in New South Wales. And I just want to note that the first Indigenous fishing strategy that I'm aware of was in 1997. There was another one, the Indigenous Fishing Strategy and Implementation Plan, December 2002. In the Environmental Impact Assessment Statement that was prepared for the Abalone Fisheries Strategy in 2005, UMWELT prepared a report for incorporation in that EIS of the impact of the New South Wales commercial abalone industry on Aboriginal people. So the resource conflict was well and truly understood at the time the impact assessment statement was prepared for the fishery, and the fishery allowed an amount of 1 tonne per annum for Aboriginal cultural fishing. And over the years, what happened was that unregulated fishing, which included cultural fishing in excess of the interim compliance policy, got bundled in with illegal and undersized and underreported catch. And so you see a change in the language in the compliance strategy and in the management advisory committee and the later total allowable catch committees, where the focus is on underreporting of commercial catch, which is the bulk of the compliance issues that have been reported in the industry, to a shift in a focus on Aboriginal fishing. And so you can, your committee secretariat, I'm sure, can research that document, or I can assist in providing that information. But you see a total shift in the focus. The other thing I just want to alert the committee to is that every single abalone industry is largely an export industry. Australia is the second largest exporter of abalone in the world. And so the fish that were previously an Aboriginal cultural resource are largely being exported. And every single export industry in Australia must prepare a sustainability statement and export environmental impact assessment. And they all say the fishery is sustainable, and that includes the 1 tonne Aboriginal cultural fishing, which is not caught to its full extent, and you can see that in the total allowable catch committee reports. But it's also including an estimate of between 20 and 40 tonnes per annum in this underreported or unregulated fishing allowance. So the amount of fish being caught by the people you heard just before us is accommodated within the existing framework and sustainability assessment reports for the industry. And just the last thing I want to say is that a lot of those reports always point to the fact that the last stock assessment for abalone in New South Wales was undertaken in 2007. So they're basing the sustainability of the resource on the catch and the catch per unit effort estimates. So any evidence that cultural fishing is causing a problem to the sustainability of the resource is not available on the material that's in the public domain.
Thank you, Ms. Ridge, and I'll throw to Mr. Beach.
Thank you. When we were in Narooma, and again today with the previous panel, we've heard, well, in my view, quite harrowing and stories about how individuals are being treated. But there's a theme to the stories which I want to explore, if I could, and that is our system looks at the individual, and the judiciary all sort of, it's against the individual, but they're all talking about how they're working with community. So can you maybe just provide a little bit of guidance here for the committee around the importance of cultural fishing to the community, those individuals gathering fish for the community? Just how does that work?
Look, I think I'll make a start anyway, others can add. I think what we have to understand is that the culture is fishing. Fishing is the culture. And the families are very large extended families, big networks. There's big obligations of the younger people who are fit enough and well enough to dive, to feed elders, to feed people who are unable to dive for themselves, I guess, be engaged in some sort of reciprocity. It's part of the social system, the social way of being, that you have obligations to kin. They will reciprocate in some other way, but you must do your part. So, and those networks are large. They're not a small nuclear family. We heard earlier one of the fishers talk about his partner, his wife, his partner's family, and so on. And that is absolutely normal. That is the way in which Aboriginal families sustain their social structure, sustain their culture, sustain their relationships. So it's also about the relationality that is supported through the way in which they provide for each other and provide for those to whom there are obligations. And that can be quite a large number of people, aunties, uncles, grandparents, and so on, as well as nephews, nieces, siblings, you know. Because there's not everybody is able to dive. Yeah? We just heard expert witness talking about how difficult it is to dive in those waters at times. And as someone who goes to the South Coast a lot, that's true. And, you know, in the last year or two, there's been many, many days of very wild seas. You couldn't possibly go diving on those days. So, you know, it's absolutely part of a cultural system, if you like, that this fishing and diving fits into.
Dr. Barclay or Ms. Ridge?
I'd like to illustrate what I think you're referring to by two examples. The first is Uncle Aussie Cruz is a very senior South Coast Aboriginal man, and his son BJ and his grandson Lee. So you've got three generations of Abalone cultural fishermen, and they regularly hold South Coast cultural camps in his community. And his grandson has a name, a traditional name, which relates to his cultural relationship and responsibilities towards Abalone. And at those camps, he talks to his counterpart who lives in the hinterland of the mountain range, who looks after black duck and the health of the black duck. And so the cultural obligations for Abalone are linked to cultural obligations for maintaining black duck habitat in those coastal lagoons that the recreational fisherman was talking about. And so the health of those coastal lagoons are dependent upon the cultural burning that happens in the hinterland at the right time of year. And so you're talking about a continuity of law and custom that is countrywide. It's linked. It doesn't see a silo between fisheries management and catchment management. And if you don't perform your cultural obligation to burn, then your cousin doesn't perform his cultural obligation to feed the elders with the abalone, which is a really important food for lowering blood sugar levels. Okay, so and the idea that South Coast people don't know this is really terrible because they do know that it's a very good medicine. And when people are in hospital and they're sick with diabetes, the grandsons will bring in the abalone. And we've acted, I've acted for a man who did that. And her doctor, the doctor of the patient said, "What have you done?" And she said, "Oh, my grandson brought me in a feed of abalone because he knew I was unwell." So there's very complex and beautiful systems of law and custom that if people sat down and did the exchange properly, we might find we have a healthier ecosystem and a much healthier Aboriginal community. And second example I will give is Kevin Mason, again, a very senior man. He's come and given evidence here. He has a very strong role in the maintenance of one of the major camps on the South Coast at Mystery Bay. And so his fishing is very much aligned to the management of the resource pressure at the time of year when South Coast people come back down and create those social relationships and reconnect. And he makes sure that all those people coming back to that beautiful location doesn't stress the natural resources of that area, and that's both the sea and the land resources. So there's a number of social and cultural obligations that are really important not only to the health of the community but the health of their land and sea country. That'd be great to see people be able to practice without fear of being prosecuted.
Just one more, Chair. So we did try to engage some First Nations people around the freshwater and cultural fishing inland. Not had, I guess, a lot of luck, but we have tried. But cultural, I know I'm from Tumut, so on Wiradjuri, Walgaloo land. 7 grandkids that are all Wiradjuri, by the way. Cultural fishing in freshwater is also really important. Particularly if you get out to Wilcannia and places like that, they'll talk about the barker and to them. Is there, just for the sake of the report really, but I think it's important to put on the record that there is cultural fishing inland and just how important it is to those communities? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, so the exemption that 21AA would bring into the Fisheries Management Act would relate to saltwater, but the inland exemption already exists, which may be why you're not getting submissions to this inquiry. And so I'm sure Fisheries can point you to the way in which that occurs, but that exemption is already in place.
Okay. And my last question really relates to something I've been asking a lot of people, because this relates to something that a lovely fellow pulled me aside in a room and explained to me that we can't focus on the take, on the catch, but in fact cultural fishing is much broader and much more, there's much more depth and layer to what is cultural fishing as it's practiced. Can you give us some examples of just how cultural fishing is practiced, like what in your experiences?
I'd like to actually talk about cultural burning, because I think a lot more people understand about cultural burning than they understand about cultural fishing. and yet it's very similar in a sense that cultural burning, as white fellows understand it, is often, oh yeah, we understand they do patch burning. Yeah? But actually it's part of the entire system of caring for country. It's related to the soil, it's related to the insects, it's related to the entire ecosystem and their relationship to it to keep it healthy. And again, it's their obligation to do that, to maintain it, to keep it healthy. Now, cultural fishing is the same. It's about their relationship with the marine environment, with the ocean, with the shores. And it's exactly the same in that it's cultural fishing is much, much more than just, going out there with a rod or going diving. It is, as we've heard, explained, it's about the transmission of an entire culture. It's about looking after your marine environment, understanding it, understanding what's happening to it, making sure that you don't overfish in any particular area, moving on, looking at the seasons, looking at the weather, looking at what's an appropriate time to take anything, also to give back. So when you actually take your fish, you throw the guts back into the water to go on feeding. So you've got an entire system where, in fact, there's actually no real separation between the person and the country including the sea country. And it's it's a relational thing, and it's your responsibility, your obligation in the current generation to look after that country for future generations and to honour the ancestors who are also in that country and related to that country. So it's an entire system of spiritual, physical, social relationship. It's part of also the relationship between people and country and totems and so on. It's all very integrated and interrelated. And the cultural fishing, the actual fishing, as we would see it, is just part of that entire system. And I think, the suggestion that the Aboriginal fishers are, the issue is about the sustainability of the resource, I think that is completely misdirected, because we've had Aboriginal people down on that south coast looking after that country and looking after that resource for thousands of years. And it is only really since the industry was really started in the 60s and 70s, it actually overexploited the resource entirely. It nearly collapsed in the 80s. and then in came, or late 70s, I think, and then in came licensing. But the Aboriginal fishers were not in a position to get most of those licenses. They didn't have the capital, and they didn't have the written record of their past diving to enable them. That was a requirement to get the license. And they're still shut out of those licenses. So, but really, their fishing is not that kind of large-scale commercial. It's small-scale. We just heard some of the quantities just earlier. It's not a huge catch. And it is, as Kathy said, it's already allowed for. When you read those total catch assessments, they talk about the Aboriginal catch. They know it's happening. They can't document exactly what it is, but they make an estimate, and it's probably an overestimate. And so that sort of precautionary principle is already in place there, but from what I can see. I'm not an expert on fishing, but it seems that is already being accounted for.
I might throw quickly, before I throw to the government, I might throw to Dr. Voyer and see if she has anything to add to the questions that have been put on the table so far.
Yes, thanks very much. Not a great deal. I think Janet and Kath have really covered it really well. But I think that this intersection between the models of governance that have been set up and Aboriginal models of governance is a really interesting one, and that discussion around relationality is so key to that. And the first question picked that up around how we focus on individual licenses and managing the individual, whereas cultural governance practices are very relational and very community-based. And I think a really fantastic example of this is the beach haul fishery, which a number of Aboriginal people are active in. And this is, again, very focused on the individual, and regulations have come in to require that no one else can basically touch the net apart from the licence holders. But beach haul fisheries have developed over the last few decades as a form of community engagement and practicing culture and passing on knowledge, where the entire mob would come down and help pull in the nets and share out the fish. And so that is a really fantastic example, or a terrible example, depending on your perspective, of how the individual licensing system has come into direct conflict with this relational approach. And I think when I mentioned in my opening statement, there's so much that we can learn from having thinking through this relational approach and how that might apply in our own context, in non-Indigenous context, because I think there's really a lot we can take from it.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Dr. Hunt. In the second page, at the bottom of the second page of your submission, I just want to pick up on, if you don't mind, I'll quote back. You say, I suggest that compliance actions taken against Aboriginal people for fishing in line with their law and culture since 2009 have conflicted with Commonwealth and New South Wales law. This is because the Native Title Act 2003 overrides the Fisheries Management Act and allows people to practice their law and culture in line with their native title rights and interests. Would you mind just expanding and elaborating a bit more on that? It is a theme that came up particularly on our trip down to Mystery Bay.
Before saying this, I should say I am not a lawyer, and I think you will be having some native title lawyers and experts later in the day, so perhaps you can ask that question to them as well. Sure. But my understanding is that the legislative precedents already set under native title that you can fish and gather for any purpose. Yeah? And there's an Akiba case in the Torres Strait which sets that precedent. Okay? There's also a case in South Australia, the Narungga people, I think it is, Kathy. Yeah, and that's a case that actually upheld the right of Aboriginal fishers in South Australia to collect undersized abalone, which is interesting.
That is interesting, because that's going to be my next question.
Yeah. So I think there's already plenty of legal precedent there that the Native Title Act actually does give the fishers at the South Coast the right to fish and dive and collect for any purpose. Now, they've got a native title claim. I think that was put in 2017, so it's progressing. These things take a very long time, but it is a registered claim. So there's a prima facie case there that they have native, that they can prove their connection to that country and the continuation of their law and culture. And actually, I think we've heard today some good evidence of the continuation of that law and culture. So the point I was trying to make earlier was that there is a whole system of law and culture. It is a governance system. It is a natural resource management system that they have, and they can articulate that in a different way from the way the Department of Primary Industries would articulate that in terms of, bag limits and size. They have a whole set of rules, which are oral tradition rules about what you take, what you don't take, when you take it, and so on. And that is their governance system. That is their marine management system. And they will be able to demonstrate that to the Native Title Tribunal. And I think that's where the native title right, it overrides the Fisheries Management Act. And that's what the process in 2004 was about. It was a process led by the National Native Title Tribunal to try and bring state and territory fishing laws in line with the Native Title Act, which had then already been in place for, 10, 11 years. And there was a clear problem emerging. So, and the New South Wales government actually agreed, along with other jurisdictions, to implement those Indigenous fishing principles, which are in my submission. And that's what Section 21AA was meant to do. It was meant to help to align the Native Title Act with the State Fisheries Management Act. And clearly what's happened is that New South Wales government, for whatever reason, has not actually completed that work. They need to do that as a matter of urgency, because the harm that's being perpetuated at the moment is too much. It's really too much for people at the South Coast. It's extraordinarily unjust.
Thank you.
Does the government have any further questions?
Thank you. I was going to follow up on the smaller, undersized abalone, but you touched on that. Thank you.
I think you could ask the NTS Corp or one of the lawyers about that case. I'm sure they'll be able to give you more detail.
Chair, can I just, I think Dr. Hunt, you may have been using law, LAW, and law, LORE in that presentation that you were talking about traditional
law and custom, LORE.
Yeah, that's right. That's just for the
benefit of Hansard.
Fantastic. Is Mr. Barrett online? Does Mr. Barrett have any further questions?
No, I'm okay. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that's all right. What I might do then, because we've still got a few more minutes left, is I might actually run through each witness and see if there was anything that people wanted to make sure was put on the table at this inquiry that they haven't been asked a question for. I know, Dr. Hunt, you did give an idea about some of the recommendations you'd like to see come from this inquiry, but maybe talk about, some of those recommendations that everyone would like to see, but also any aspect that you feel we haven't actually addressed within the questioning. And I'll start with Dr. Hunt.
I'd just like to pick up on a couple of questions you asked to the IATSIS witnesses, because there was a question about how many UN people there were on the South Coast. And the fact is that that answer can't be given, because you can give data on the census in terms of how many people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, live on the South Coast. But the ABS does not actually collect data by nation group. So that question can't be answered, actually. There was another point.
Chair, can I pick up on that? That was my question.
Certainly, Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, it wasn't. I did figure that would be a difficult number to find. The main question I was actually after was sort of what proportion or what percentage of that population engaged in cultural fishing, and also what proportion of them would benefit from cultural fishing.
Dr. Hunt,
I don't think we know the answer to that either, really.
Yeah, I think it depends on which species. So I think for the higher value species like abalone and lobster, because they're largely obtained by diving, it's a very small percentage because you have to be particularly fit, as you heard from Mr. Carriage, and you have to be knowledgeable of the tides and the currents in the water. It's a very dangerous occupation, and you cannot go diving on your own for safety reasons. So everything has to align for that type of fishing to actually be able to occur. Other fishing like line fishing from the shore and in the estuaries is a lot easier.
Fantastic.
And when you say high value there, you mean cultural value or financial value?
Financial value, yeah. So that's where there's a lot of resource conflict, I guess, at the moment.
And I think the other question that you asked IATSIS was about their survey and whether people had raised the issue of 21AA in their surveys. But I'm familiar with their work, and I don't think that was a question that was asked. They were trying to look at what are the cultural values that are extant in the South Coast people's fishing practices. I don't think they asked about it.
Yeah, I don't think that was my question, but thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry if I misunderstood your question.
Professor Barclay, is there anything else that you feel that we haven't sort of addressed yet that you'd like to put on the table, or any recommendations that you'd like to see from this inquiry?
I just wanted to note that it was a real shame that Natalie Kwok wasn't able to appear today, and just recommend that people do read her excellent report, her submission, to get those insights.
Thank you. Ms. Ridge?
I agree with that recommendation. One of the questions you had on the South Coast in the community roundtable was, essentially what are the elements of the law and custom, and her report goes through those sort of normative aspects of law and custom that are well understood, and Fisheries has a lot of that material, as does the state through the prosecutions that have occurred, and that's what her submission brings out really beautifully.
Wonderful, thank you. Dr. Voyer, did you have anything else that you felt that hadn't come up today in the questioning, or anything that you'd like to address, or recommendations for the inquiry?
Only in that Aboriginal people will be very heavily developed in the co-design of any recommendations going forward. I think there is a tendency, I think as a governance system, as the white governance system, for want of a better word, we are still making that transition from thinking about Aboriginal fishers and cultural fishers as stakeholders into this space of recognising them as rights holders and partners. And that's something that is still a work in progress, and anything that this committee can do to further advance that, I think would be very welcome.
Chair, just a quick one. Just a quick question to Ms. Ridge. I was just interested in some of your responses. In particular, do you have any advice for this committee in terms of how we can all move forward in raising awareness about how sophisticated these relationships amongst the Aboriginal community, and how cultural fishing is just one component of this, generational conversation? And if you dismantle the system, is it fair to say you dismantle their identity and their attachment to country?
Thank you for your question. It's a really important question. The rights that Aboriginal people are asserting are fundamental human rights. They're important for all of us as a nation, and the preamble to the state constitution has some very important things to say about Aboriginal people's rights. And on occasion, if you look at the Baimanga Gulliga Aboriginal lease, you'll see some really clear examples where the state's been able to acknowledge the sophisticated law and custom of Aboriginal peoples in particular contexts. But there's still this residual fear of being able to have an open, positive engagement with Aboriginal people, I think because they're worried about a compensation liability, and it's a perpetual barrier. My research is not limited to cultural fishing. You see the same negative, conflict-driven dialogue, unfortunately, in cultural water allocations. And you also see the same dynamic where you have repeated state investment and federal investment in COAG agreements or state laws or strategies where there's this commitment to delivering Aboriginal people cultural water. There's even been $40 million allocated some years ago now, but when it comes to actually giving Aboriginal people their rights with respect to cultural heritage or water or fisheries, it never seems to happen. And so I think there's a very deep question about how do we treat our First Nations people still in this country, despite 30 years after Mabo, despite all the wonderful commitments successive parliaments have given to the correct approach to respecting fundamental human rights. But we don't actually create the space or invest the time to do it now. So if the parliament, for example, was to ask every time they were asked to give out a new right to an existing industry, they stopped and said, well, hang on, have you given something to the Aboriginal people yet? And we're not going to pass a law giving out new licenses. Like 30 tonnes of abalone were given out this year to the industry. And no one stopped to ask, hang on, you've had successive Indigenous fishing strategies that promised a commercial component to South Coast people. So if the Parliament had a practice of regularly asking, as part of the Closing the Gap initiative, the Premier's wonderfully committed to very publicly, I think that discipline of always asking the question and asking it in estimates, what have you done, those sorts of accountability measures are really important to driving change. And this is a very broad and deep change. And those opportunities would then allow media units in Minister's Office to sit down with people like Uncle Kevin Mason and say, we would like the Mystery Bay camp to have its own cultural catch because that is one of the oldest Aboriginal fish traps on the South Coast. It's a registered Aboriginal place. We think it's important enough and significant to all of us as a society that we want to give you a specific amount. And that would allow you to then have a very positive ABC media story, and that would be educated. So it's about building it into how we administer the laws and how we drive accountability through the agency and get over the fear of compensation, because I think there's such an important upside to all of us, and particularly to our environment and our cultural heritage, if we allow those full expression of Aboriginal people's rights. It's not to be feared. It's actually a great value add to our community.
By extension to the Aboriginal community and their welfare, their well-being.
That's correct.
Sorry, Dr. Hunt, you had something additional?
Yes, I just thought it might be worth underlining how inconsistent this all is with the Closing the Gap commitments of the New South Wales government, and to put it into that framing, because the New South Wales government is committed to, the national Closing the Gap targets, 17 targets, and they include, obviously, improvements in health, improvements in employment, and reducing incarceration. Now, what's going on down the South Coast is running counter to all three of those goals, quite seriously running counter to all three of those goals. And you've got a situation down the South Coast where Aboriginal people are, it's not a rich area, and the Aboriginal people are among the poorest in that community. And it's really important that their whole fishing economy, their whole livelihood of fishing is supported, not criminalised, because that will lead to improvements in health. It will lead to fewer of them being incarcerated, and it will lead to greater opportunities for them to enter employment. I mean, if they've lost their, if they've been fined and they can't pay their fine, they can't get their driving licence. If they can't get a driving licence on the South Coast, the chances of them being able to get a job is very low. They can't even get to a workplace, let alone carry out the work. So there's a whole lot of things that flow from these prosecutions and persecution, harassment that's going on, that that are actually working quite severely against the stated policies of the New South Wales government. And the New South Wales government has for a long time also supported the right to self-determination. You know, that's stated policy. And what these people have been saying for decades now is they want the right to practice their culture. It's not a big ask. And that's part of their self-determining right. It's an internationally recognised right. And so I think it's really important to point out how contradictory what's going on at the moment with the prosecutions is to the stated goal of the New South Wales government itself and indeed, you know, the nation in terms of overall reconciliation. So I just wanted to underscore that. And that's one of the reasons why I think compensation needs to be considered. Because if people have this right under native title, then why have they been persecuted and prosecuted and had their vehicles taken off them, had their diving gear taken off them, had paid very large fines relative to the income that they get? You know, that needs to be compensated because it seems to me entirely unjust what's been going on when they actually do have that right as native title holders. And they shouldn't have to prove it in court each time as an individual. The documents are all there. The native title claim is in, it's registered, it's accepted. So, you know, I think if someone says I'm a Walbunja man, that should be enough. They shouldn't have to, and to be told that you've got to be black in order to be Aboriginal on the south coast of New South Wales is ridiculous. So I think these are I just want to underline that. I think there should be compensation because they've been unjustly prosecuted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Barrett, did you have a question?
I do. So probably for Ms. Ridge, you mentioned there before there was 30 tonnes of licences given out this year.
No, it's an increase in the total allowable catch. And the reason why it was given this year is because there was a COVID impact on the fishery. But that tells you very clearly that that in terms of fisheries management and the fisheries scientists, that they don't think that there's a resource constraint on being able to increase the catch at that scale. And in that context, I think it's quite important.
Has that 30 tonne, is that now expanded that total allowable catch all the time or just for this year?
I think it's for this year. In fact, I think it was for last year and it's now gone into this year as well, yeah.
Do you know what the total allowable catch is?
It is about 100 tonnes per annum at the moment. It goes up and down according to the circumstances, but at the moment, for the last few years, it's been around 100 tonne apart from this year.
Would you be able to have a stab of how much you reckon is taken by First Nations people?
I can tell you that the Aboriginal cultural fishing take for abalone that's allowed in the total allowable catchment committee estimates is 1 tonne, and the reports that I've reviewed, which are all publicly available, say that they believe that catch is under, so it's never been exceeded to their knowledge, and you'd need to get the numbers from Fisheries on what their current estimates are, but I don't think they have particularly good numbers on that. But generally the industry at that committee level has agreed that it's probably not been exceeded. And the 20 to 40 tonnes is the range between which they include illegal and unregulated catch. And that includes catch of the type that you had at the previous panel, where it's above what Fisheries deems to be a commercial catch, which is above 50 abalone.
So just for my benefit, like what's the weight of 50 abalone?
It depends on their size, as you know, but yeah, it's like,
we could ask Fisheries.
yeah, I think you should
Fisheries
probably,
this afternoon, Scott.
yeah.
Right, okay, no, that's helpful, thank you.
Well, thank you all for coming today and attending the hearing. And thank you as well to Dr. Voyer online for your time as well. Committee members may have additional questions after the hearing, and the committee has resolved that the answers to these will be returned within 21 days. I don't think there was any questions on notice today, but if there is additional questions, the Secretariat will contact you in regards to those questions. And thank you again for your evidence today and for coming.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
The committee will now break for lunch and return at 2 p.m.
Thanks, Dr. Voyer.
They're getting clean.
Wonderful. Thank you, and welcome back to our inquiry into the commencement of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act. I now welcome our next witnesses. I'll ask each witness to state their name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. I'll start with the witnesses in the room from my left, please.
That's me. My name's Danny Chapman. I'm the chairperson of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. I'm also the elected representative for South Coast region.
Great. And are you swearing an oath or an affirmation?
I'll do the affirmation if you don't mind. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tony McAvoy. I appear on two counts today. Firstly, I appear in respect of a submission which I co-authored with Mr. John Waters, SC, in our personal capacity as members of the New South Wales Bar. Secondly, I appear today as on behalf of the Aboriginal Legal Service, New South Wales and ACT, as a director of that corporation. And I take an affirmation.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I'll move to our witnesses online. Is that Ms. Holt that I have?
Yes, that's correct. Natalie Rodamara is unfortunately an apology. She's been called away for an urgent matter.
Thank you.
My name is Mishka Holt. I'm the Principal Solicitor of NTS Corp Limited, the Native Title Service Provider for New South Wales and the ACT. And I appear on behalf of NTS Corp Limited today.
Wonderful. And did you get an email with either an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Holt. Now, I just want to open it up to allow people to give a short opening statement. Mr. Chapman, did you have anything prepared that you wanted to present to the committee?
Yeah, we've got a brief statement. It's a broad statement.
That's fine, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I shall read it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danny Chapman. I'm the chair of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council and also the elected representative for the South Coast region. I'm a proud saltwater man from the Walbunja tribe of the Yuin Nation. And I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respect to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation on whose lands we are today. And thanks very much for the invitation. And as you know, I appeared on the South Coast in a very different role. Now my role here today is for the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. Newswell has advocated for many decades for Aboriginal cultural fishing rights. We have constantly called for the immediate commencement of Section 21AA. We've also called for the prosecution of Aboriginal cultural fishers to immediately stop. The government has had more than a decade to work with us to get this right. But we have seen during this time in ongoing prosecutions and the government wasting time and resources, and all the while our people's cultural fishing practices have not been able to be undertaken without fear of prosecution. Over the past decade, we have seen the bureaucracy undermining the commencement of Section 21AA at every turn. In 2009, Parliament did not stipulate that the commencement of Section 21AA be delayed until such time as there were regulations or other forms of management options in place or ready to take concurrent effect. There were no preconditions placed by the legislature on commencement of Section 21AA. Newswalk queries whether government departments have been attempting to stall Parliament's intent. We note the New South Wales Government has said that they have shown intent to commence Section 21AA through the implementation of Aboriginal cultural fishing's interim access arrangement. This is a policy document only and does not address the extent of cultural fishing issues. Intent without action is merely words. Newswalk has continually requested information from government on why Section 21AA has not commenced and on local management's plan, and despite numerous requests, information has been very limited. To be clear, Newswalk's long-standing position on the local management plan are not a substitute for commencing Section 21AA, and the commencement of Section 21AA must not be contingent upon local management plans. Local management plans were originally proposed as a separate but complementary mechanism to promote engagement between government and Aboriginal communities about local fishing issues and address local management issues. Contrary to the New South Wales Government submission, the New South Wales Government is not working with Newswalk in the development of local management plans. In fact, the government has denied Newswalk access to view draft management plans or meeting minutes relating to the LMPs. We have had to resort to freedom of information requests in an attempt to get basic information. Government has denied us access in response to these requests. The New South Wales Government has an obligation to meet its commitment outlined in the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Nevertheless, despite the government's commitments to reduce incarceration rates of Aboriginal people, to recognise Aboriginal people's rights and interests in the sea, and transform the way government and its agencies work, the New South Wales Government continues to criminalise Aboriginal cultural practices. We have noted an interesting trend more recently, while in some instances custodial sentences may not have been handed down by the courts, but financially debilitating fines of $35,000 around that area has now been implemented by or handed down by the courts. And for example, has been issued and prohibitions made so that our people cannot go near the water. On top of the fines, what they've done, they've said that you can't go near the water for up to 7 years on one instance and 5 years on the other instances. Any water controlled by a department. Newswalk is disappointed that Fisheries continue to demonstrate an unwillingness to align their agencies and work to closing the gap commitments. By failing to commence Section 21AA and continuing to prosecute Aboriginal cultural fishers, the New South Wales Government is not making good on commitments on closing the gap. Aboriginal cultural fishing rights has always been at the bottom of the list for the government, with recreational and commercial fishers taking priority. This can be seen in the structure of the bureaucracy and in the approach of the New South Wales Government regarding balancing the need to protect fish stocks. In response to this, it should be recognised that Aboriginal people make up just over 3% of the population. and with only a small percent of that comprising fishers. By comparison, there are around 1 million recreational fishers in New South Wales, not including people under 18 or pensioners, and a very sizable commercial fishing industry. It's important to note that self-regulation occurs through Aboriginal law and customs, which impose a range of restrictions on community members, including ensuring there is no waste in relation to catch. Seasonal fishing, having regard to the gender and species caught and spawning and size limits, self-regulation, which have been occurring over thousands of years as a tool to manage fishing resources. And, you know, if you want to talk about commencing this, we're ready to engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Mr. McAvoy, did you have a short opening statement you'd like to give?
I do, on behalf of the Aboriginal Legal Service, and there are short comments I'd like to make in response to, in addition to my written submissions. Firstly, on behalf of the Aboriginal Legal Service, I thank the Portfolio Committee number 4 for allowing the ALS to give evidence, and we acknowledge that we are here today on the lands of the Gadigal people. The Aboriginal Legal Service is a proud Aboriginal community-controlled organisation and the peak legal service provider for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island adults and children in New South Wales and the ACT. The ALS's vision is to achieve social justice and equity for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people, families and communities. We also undertake vital policy and advocacy work to reform the systems that disproportionately impact Aboriginal lives. This piece of legislation does exactly that. The Fisheries Management Act criminalises Aboriginal people for practising our culture. While the Fisheries Management Act has taken some necessary steps to address this systemic racism, there is still action that needs to be taken as a matter of urgency, and the ALS welcomes the changes to the introduction of the objects to the Act. However, we strongly urge the New South Wales Government to commence Section 21AA without delay, to commence Section 21AA without any further regulation, specifically without any regulation that places limitation on the application of Section 21AA1. We urge the New South Wales Government to ensure that the burden of proof is on the Crown with respect to an alleged contravention of Section 21AA. And we urge the Government to resource the Aboriginal Legal Service as an Aboriginal community-controlled organisation to provide the culturally safe representation to Aboriginal people fishing for cultural purposes who are being prosecuted under the Fisheries Management Act. We also ask the Government to review all fines and prosecutions of Aboriginal people under the Fisheries Management Act. The seriousness of possible sentencing outcomes that follow a successful prosecution under the Fisheries Management Act emphasise the requirement for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people to obtain legal advice and to access culturally specific legal services. The New South Wales Government has publicly committed to achieving better life opportunities and physical, mental, cultural and spiritual well-being for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people as part of the Closing the Gap agreement. The Government has already committed to that. The commencement of Section 21AA is an opportunity for the New South Wales Government to make progress on this commitment by discontinuing the practice of criminalising Aboriginal people's traditional rights and customs. Now, thank you for that opportunity. On my own behalf, I am, apart from being a barrister of the Supreme Court of New South Wales, I'm a Rudi man, I'm a traditional owner in Queensland, and I come here as a person that appears regularly for Aboriginal people in the South Coast in respect of these fisheries prosecutions, as does the co-author of our submission, Mr. John Waters SC. Some things that we examine in life require us to take a really fine-grained, close look to understand the DNA of what's causing it to happen. But other things require us to just to step back a little bit and see it in a broader context. And my submission to you is that
and trying to figure out what's happened with Section 21AA, you need to take a step back. And you need to look at the way in which the New South Wales government has systemically dealt with matters of Aboriginal advantage. And so one of the clearest examples, and I don't wish to tread on Mr. Chapman's territory, but is the Aboriginal Land Rights Act in 1983. That was passed by Parliament with the intent of bringing justice to Aboriginal people in New South Wales, and yet here we are, 40,000 claims unresolved, and no clear pathway to getting those resolved in any time. Now, if that was an isolated event, you could say, oh, well, that happened. But then in 1996, the National Parks and Wildlife Act was amended. It was amended to create an Aboriginal ownership of national parks scheme. And in that amendment, there were 5 national parks listed for transfer to Aboriginal people as Aboriginal-owned national parks. And as at the present day, my understanding is that 2 of them still haven't been transferred. In 2001, we saw the passage of amendments to the National Parks and Wildlife Act to provide amendments for the cultural heritage protection regime. They were never sent to the governor for proclamation, and they were subject to a repeal act in 2010, if I'm correct. And here we have, in 2009, these amendments to the Fisheries Management Act, which are directed at a particular cause, and again, they haven't been acted upon. And it is proper for this committee to ask the question, what is going on in the administration of this government that matters done for the benefit of Aboriginal people are routinely overlooked by the administration? Because it looks and smells like systemic discrimination against Aboriginal people. And you need to ask yourself, if this Parliament is a Parliament for all people in New South Wales, how is it that Aboriginal people, when the Parliament decides that things ought to be done to alleviate the disadvantage that has been caused by the occupation of their lands, that the administration doesn't carry out Parliament's will? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Ms. Holt, do you have a short opening statement that you'd like to give to the committee?
Yes, I do. Firstly, on behalf of NTS Corp Limited, I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the Widjabul Waiabul, the traditional owners of Lismore, where I appear from today, and also to the Gadigal people, where both the committee and the other witnesses appear from. I acknowledge the Chair and the committee members of the Legislative Council's Committee Number 4, and I also acknowledge Danny Chapman, the Chairperson of Newswalk, and Senior Counsel Tony McAvoy, and the expertise they bring to the hearing today. I also acknowledge the Chairperson and Board of NTS Corp Limited and NTS Corp CEO Natalie Rothermar, who unfortunately is unable to appear today and gives her apologies. NTS Corp is the native title service provider for New South Wales and the ACT, funded to represent the interests of traditional owners who hold or may hold native title rights and interests, and to assist traditional owners exercise their rights under the Commonwealth Native Title Act. NTS Corp welcomes this opportunity to appear before the committee today to discuss the commencement of Schedule 1 of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act 2009, more commonly referred to as Section 21AA. Traditional owners in New South Wales have a strong connection to their land, seas and waterways, including through the traditional practice of cultural fishing. Section 21A was enacted to recognise and protect Aboriginal cultural fishing and to ensure cultural practices were not criminalised. The fact that such a protective measure has still not commenced some 12 years later is an indictment. There is a fundamental structural issue with the management of the fisheries resource in New South Wales, which uniquely discriminates against Aboriginal people. This means Aboriginal people are excluded from the lucrative economic opportunities provided by commercial fishing, whilst also bearing the brunt of an increasingly punitive fisheries management regime for simply undertaking ancient cultural fishing practices. The negative impact of the failure to commence Section 21AA is well documented and only worsening despite Aboriginal people's native title rights and interests being recognised by the courts. By the operation of Section 287 of the Fisheries Management Act, that Act does not and cannot affect or regulate the exercise or enjoyment of native title rights. In addition, Section 211 of the Commonwealth Native Title Act applies to exempt native title holders from the operation of the Fisheries Management Act in certain circumstances. These rights were confirmed by the High Court in Coveney and Deepman. In NTS Corp's experience, there has been a substantial failure by New South Wales Fisheries to recognise and administer the Fisheries Management Act in a way which provides traditional owners the protection afforded by Section 211 of the Native Title Act or 287 of the Fisheries Management Act. This has resulted in extensive prosecution of traditional owners undertaking cultural fishing and an over-representation of Aboriginal people subject to charges under the Fisheries Management Act. It represents a widening of the gap rather than a closing of the gap. NTS Corp submits that the immediate commencement of 21AA without regulations is necessary to prevent further prosecution of Aboriginal fishers, a matter in itself that may lead to further litigation and a potential compensation liability for the state. NTS Corp implores the committee to recognise the unique nature of Aboriginal cultural fishing, uphold the original intent of Section 21AA, fulfil its obligations under Closing the Gap agreement, and acknowledge that any regulations, including in the form of local management plans, will not be enforceable against Aboriginal people exercising their native title right to take fish and to take marine resources. We submit that the committee should do this by recommending the immediate commencement of Section 21AA without regulations, by removing restrictions on Aboriginal cultural fishers and Aboriginal cultural fishing activity, and by placing a stay on the prosecution of Aboriginal cultural fishers. I thank the committee for the opportunity to take this statement.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms Holt. I'll now throw it open to questions, and I'll start with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for your attendance today and your very in-depth submissions. Some of the testimony we've heard before today and at the roundtable has been quite troubling, certainly for myself, but no doubt other committee members. The first thing I want to do is, it's probably a question for Mr McAvoy, but it relates to a number of the submissions talk about the operation of Section 211 of the Native Title Act. Can you maybe explain to the committee how does that confine the application of the Fisheries Management Act in New South Wales? How does that work?
So, the Native Title Act 1993 is Commonwealth legislation. It was introduced with accompanying state legislation, and in New South Wales we have the Native Title New South Wales Act in 1994. Because a large part of the native title rights impact and are overlaid on areas of state sovereignty, there needed to be a national system which provided for the recognition of native title. However, because of the operation of section of the Commonwealth Constitution, of course, the Commonwealth legislation takes precedence. Section 211 of the Native Title Act provides for certain classes of activity to be exempt from the requirement for licences and or permits, and that was added with the intent of ensuring that Aboriginal people were not regulated by permit systems out of the exercise of these very, very fundamental rights of hunting and fishing and obtaining sustenance. And so it is that the Fisheries Management Act, in providing for offences for taking and possessing fish without a permit, falls within the parameters of Section 211 if that defence is raised. In order to make out the defence, the accused must satisfy the magistrate that the fishing, the class of activity, in this case fishing, was conducted in the exercise of a native title right. And for Aboriginal people on the south coast, in particular where I've worked, that means not only satisfying a magistrate that the right to fish exists as a proposition, as the existence of a right, but that the accused was a person who was entitled to exercise those rights, and that the fishing practice that was being undertaken was in exercise of those rights. The expense of running such a prosecution running such a defence is substantial. There's a matter which I'm presently involved in, which is part heard. We've been going for 4 days, and it's listed for another 5 days in the local court. And that's not unusual. And so what happens is, if the defence is made out, then there is no, if the defence is made out, then there is no offence for which the person can be prosecuted, because they're not in fishing. They can't be regarded as fishing without a permit, or otherwise in breach of Section 16 or 17 or 18. So that's a protection for Aboriginal people, but it seems to me that Section 21AA provides a more easily accessible defence, and it represents the Parliament of New South Wales acknowledging that there are cultural fishing practices undertaken by Aboriginal people in New South Wales, and that if that's what is being done, then people should not be prosecuted. And it ought to be a much simpler process, whereby the onus ought to be on the prosecution to prove that they're not fishing culturally. But the accused in these cases can bring evidence as to the acceptance by their community of that particular activity as an act which is part of their cultural fishing activities, and that should satisfy a magistrate, and the matter should be able to be dealt with in a day, rather than 9 days of community expense in a local court with many lawyers and prosecutors and expert witnesses.
Thank you. Earlier today, we also heard from some individuals who have been charged with, I think they said they were charged with trafficking. Can you explain, in your experience, just how that works as it relates to cultural fishing, and particularly abalone? Because opposition was put that just because they have abalone in their possession does not actually mean they don't have the intent to sell at some point to a restaurant or in the black market somewhere. Can you just explain to the committee how that works, this offence of trafficking as it relates to abalone in particular?
So it's an offence under the Fisheries Management Act, but if you approach it from the perspective of Aboriginal law and custom on the South Coast, which the Native Title Act invites you to do, and which in fact the Section 21AA I think invites you to do, that numerical restriction that is placed upon the number of catch, or the size of catch in the Fisheries Management Act doesn't exist. There is a right that's possessed, in my view, by all South Coast traditional owners to take fish for any purpose, and that means that if they want to access fish for barter or for trade, well, then that's their entitlement to do that. And the evidence, I must say, tells us that they've been doing it for thousands of years, and that it's the criminalisation of the taking and possession of abalone and other fish species in recent times is a very late interference in something that is of huge antiquity. So I'm not sure that I answered your question.
No, I think what you got was quite valuable. And then my last matter that I'd like to raise with you, I'll hand over to others, but in your experience, how often are charges withdrawn at the court during the court process, or just prior to court?
So over the last 8 years, since 2014. I've been involved in 9 matters, and none of them has proceeded to a decision. All have been withdrawn. And that in itself, in my view, is a form of oppression. Because the act of withdrawing the proceedings after everybody's had to go through the whole of the cost of preparation is a form of punishment. And there were in place some measures to make sure there was an appropriate assessment early in the process, but they've fallen by the wayside. And what I've come to know recently is that New South Wales fisheries officers are not trained to make any assessment as on the spot as to whether an Aboriginal person is fishing for cultural purposes or not. And the consequence of that is that they are bound by their instructions to forfeit the catch and to seize the gear. And that is also a form of oppression. So it's no wonder that Aboriginal people on the South Coast are resistant to fisheries and object to having their gear searched, because they understand that it doesn't matter what they say, the fisheries officer is going to take their catch and tell them you can sort it, and seize their gear and tell them they can sort it out in court, and then it goes on for years. They're usually not charged until the last month before the 2-year expiration period runs out. I think in all cases that I've been involved in, it's been within the last few months. Some it's been within the last week, and then you have to go through the court processes, and the court processes take another year because you're setting the matter down for hearing, and so a person has the prospect of being charged, and then the process of going through the court for 3 years of their life, not knowing whether they're going to be convicted and possibly sent to jail, or receive a huge fine, and that is oppressive. This is not happening by accident, in my view.
Thank you. I'll hand over to others.
I'll throw to the government for any further questions.
Here we go. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Would either of you like to make comment in regards to the LMP approach, the local management plan, particularly what's been happening up in the Tweed with the trial?
It's yours, Danny, I think. Well, I want to say off the bat that the LMP processes and all that stuff has never been Newswalk has never endorsed them.
Yeah.
And being the chair of the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council for the last, from 2010 right up until just recently, I can tell you that the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council has not approved them either. Fisheries have bought the LMP documents and personnel involved in the discussions to the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, and when I've asked Fisheries that, these agreements, if that's what you want to call them, when are they going to come back to the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council and the Aboriginal community so that we can have a look at them, so that we can give some sort of approval or otherwise to these agreements. Fisheries have said in a meeting that that is not required. The Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, which advises the Minister directly on Aboriginal fishing, is not required to have a look, approve or otherwise of these fishing LMPs. And when I was told that, I was fairly stunned about that, because I thought, we're talking about, they're talking about
doing another process outside of what's already been agreed to.
And when you say, sorry, excuse me for interrupting, but when you say outside of what's agreed to, you mean Section 21AA?
Well, yeah, I do. Excuse me. But also, you know, it goes outside the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council. When in 2009, when the government amended the Fisheries Management Act, they inserted in there sections that set up the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council as a mechanism to advise the Minister on all things on Aboriginal fishing.
Yeah.
So the process, what we're talking about, the LMPs, has gone outside of that process for whatever reason. And the other things that the local fishing management plans don't do,
yep,
they don't give legal protection for any of those people who sign up for that. So in other words, it's pretty much the whim of compliance officers in government in relation to their agreement. And that can change overnight. It's a stroke of a pen. There is no legal protection at all in relation to that.
Okay.
And it's bound by secrecy. I asked you, sir, I can't see your name.
Taylor.
You know, you're on the air, and I guarantee you haven't seen it either. And we're told that some of the processes that lead up to these agreements, if that's what you want to call them, are done by very few people in the community.
Okay.
Might I add something?
Please.
The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to which Australia is an endorsee, speaks clearly about the right of Indigenous peoples to their free, prior and informed consent to administrative acts which affect their rights and interest. And it also speaks about the need for the observance of the political structures and the representation that the Indigenous peoples choose for themselves. And this type of activity where small sections of the committee are broken off and entered into agreements which are not done in the context of the broader community, we've seen many, many times. It is a standard tactic in terms of trying to undermine the broader rights of Aboriginal people, and that's what's happening in this case.
Okay, thank you.
If I might, on behalf of NTS Corp, I'd like to make a brief comment in relation to...
Please, of course.
I think the starting point for understanding what's happening with the local management plans is with 21AA itself, which says that there may be provisions made for the management of cultural fishing, but certainly not that there must be provisions made. And New South Wales Fisheries determined that they were going to try and implement regulations which would impose bag and possession limits. So NTS Corp considered this as one way to undermine 21AA itself, is to impose Section 17 and 18 of the Fisheries Management Act as it would apply with bag and possession limits to cultural fishing. When that wasn't a successful process, New South Wales Fisheries took what had been a discussion around local management plans, which NTS Corp and Newswalk had clearly articulated, both in person with the Minister and with New South Wales Fisheries, and also in writing, that local management plans should not have a bag and possession limit. What they would be a goodwill a goodwill movement from the community to say the management of the fishing resource is something we can contribute to by talking about, for example, habitat and things that negatively impact the fishing resource, to talk about various environmental impacts, to have regard to Aboriginal people's own way of self-regulating fishing activity. So they were never intended to have bag and possession limits. So Fisheries have adopted this process where the third attempt at bag and possession limits is to try and do local management plans. I would like to say that NTS Corp could talk with some specificity around that, but unfortunately, despite requests, we've been refused access to the local management plan, so we're not sure what it says. But it's also, more importantly, what we would consider to be a fairly redundant process, because a local management plan has no way of being legally affected. It can't impact Aboriginal people exercising their native title right. So you have to ask yourself, what's the point of even trying to pursue that, and how is it going to be given legal effect? We are concerned with the way it's been conducted, and certainly the lack of scrutiny that the Aboriginal bodies have been allowed to, the peak Aboriginal bodies have been allowed to have a sort of overview of that. I would also say I don't think communities have been afforded any independent legal advice. So whether you could consider there is free, prior and informed consent, I think is at large. But largely NTS Corp would make the submission that local management plans aren't necessary. If you look to, there are 2 areas in New South Wales where the seaward extent has had native title recognised, and that's for Bundjalung people of Byron Bay and also for Yagle people in and around Yamba. And in those areas where native title's been recognised and people have the right to fish, there's been no demonstrated evidence of any negative impact on the fishing resource. And the reason for that is that native title is merely a recognition of a pre-existing native title right. Communities are not doing anything different to what has happened for millennia. But this attempt to try and manage the fishing resource at the end of Aboriginal community fishing is the area likely to have the least impact on managing the fishing resource. The commercial industry, by large, have the largest take, have the most impact on the fishing resource. And then to look at Aboriginal people who represent a small portion of the population in New South Wales, and then on top of that, only a certain proportion of those fishers, usually adults, but not exclusively, are doing fishing on behalf of their community. So you're looking at a very small number of people who are targeted in the name of managing the fishing resource, where it's likely to have the absolute least impact. So we don't think local management plans can have a legal effect, or that they will, or they're certainly not appropriate in our view, but I don't have the intention that New South Wales Fisheries indicate that they would.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Yes.
Can I just? I mean, they were both elegant answers besides me.
And yours, Danny?
Can I take the elegance out of it and just say that Fisheries have found a way to split Aboriginal communities up, and at the same time they've found a way to convince you people that they're actually doing something in Aboriginal fishing without commencing the will of the Parliament.
Mr. Barrett, I see that you've got your hand up.
You're on mute, Scott.
Couple of questions that, as a way of trying to find a way forward. Mr. Chapman, you said you're a representative of the South Coast, elected representative of the South Coast, is that correct?
Yes, for elected to represent them on the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council.
Okay. Would you be able to have a stab for me? How many people are, I'm talking to Abalone, how many people are collecting abalone on more than 5 days a year? Like to the nearest 50, nearest 100?
I'd like to have a stab at that. I'd like to have a think about that.
You can always take it on notice, Mr. Chapman, if you need some time to think about it, and you can take the question on notice and provide us an answer at a later date.
Well, my area runs from Eden to Wollongong, which is fairly significant, and in the area of that most prosecutions occur. Yeah. Most fines.
Yeah, just a ballpark. Maybe it's to the nearest 1,000. I don't know. Just to give me some idea to educate me a little bit on that. Mr. McAvoy, you talked about the fishing for cultural purposes. You did touch on the trade and barter in that thing. How far do we take that? Do we want to include commercial purposes in that?
Thank you for the question. At the level of principle, at the level of legal principle, the Aboriginal people on the south coast have the right to take any fish species for any purpose. That's their native. That's what their native title claim is, and it's passed through the registration test applied by the National Native Title Tribunal for what that's worth, and it may have to be ultimately determined by a federal court judge. But at the level of principle, it is for any purpose.
Okay. So
and so, if I just might expand on that, that similar type of determination has been made in the Torres Strait, and in the Torres Strait they have been negotiating an Indigenous land use agreement, a settlement agreement, which allows for the Torres Strait Islanders to have a fair share of the commercial fishery, as well as exercising their domestic take. And if the New South Wales government was serious about its obligations to the Closing the Gap process and serious about its obligations to respecting the rights of Aboriginal people to undertake their fishing rights, then it would have started negotiations towards a form of settlement by now, a long time ago. And I can say this to you: I gave evidence in this place in about 1997 about the Fisheries Management Act, about the need for some strategic plan as to how the rights of New South Wales Aboriginal fishermen were going to be accommodated. And the fact that I'm back here 27 years later is outrageous. And the government has to stop approaching this as if it is the owner of the resource and the Aboriginal people are taking its resource. The Aboriginal people are the owners of the resource. It's their resource. And they've got a right to take it. And once Fisheries comes to terms with that, then we can have some negotiations about what that looks like. In the Northern Territory, they've been negotiating a fisheries agreement for some years following the Blue Mud Bay decision. And that's where we're going to end up here in New South Wales. And New South Wales government, the DPI, can continue to put its head in the sand, or it can decide that it wants to negotiate towards some proper and just outcome. So I'm sorry, I know you wanted to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, but the purpose of this is so we can find a way forward. Sorry, I haven't done anything since 1997. I've only been here for a couple of months. So my next question then is, so it sounds like, just so I've got this right, you're advocating for First Nations people to be able to use a resource as they like, be it commercial, personal, barter and trade, whatever. No bag limits?
No, I'm sorry, and I do not wish to be disrespectful. I think you missed what I've just said. It's not me advocating. It is their right under Australian law. It is their right. I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying this is the law.
And so that is no bag limits, no possession limits. What about size limits? Do you think we should have no size limits? According to that right, should we not have size limits?
There are no general size limits that you can apply to the taking of any fish species where there's a recognition of the Aboriginal people's rights to take that resource and manage that resource.
Okay. All right, thank you.
If I may make a brief comment just in relation to that question, maybe the best way to understand it is to say that under the federal legislation for native title, it's an Aboriginal community's law and custom, their traditional system of law and custom that dictates how those resources are used. And so, for example, the South Coast people, they claim the right to take resources for any purpose. It's well documented, both in the evidence of South Coast people, who I understand the committee have had the opportunity from South Coast people themselves. It's also well documented by anthropologists in the ethnography that the commercial right is not something new. It's a right that has been exercised by Aboriginal people in New South Wales since before white settlement. So the idea for native title, the principle and the premise is that your pre-existing native title under your traditional law and custom is what's recognised by the court. This was looked at, and it's perhaps something that some following up information could be provided to the committee. There was a federal court case in 2021 which precisely looked at this matter. It was Rainbow on behalf of Accredited and Queensland. And in that matter, the federal court made it very clear that it's the native title holders themselves who regulate and determine how that right's exercised. So I think you're attempting to understand it in the language of the Fisheries Management Act, but it needs to be understood in the language of Aboriginal people's traditional system of law and custom, which does have inbuilt mechanisms to sustainably manage the resource.
So there could be some traditional law, LORE, that could, I guess, assist with the size limits, and so we're not damaging
to manage
the resource that way.
Yes, it's a matter for communities to self-regulate, and in which they do, and it's well documented throughout the state, these mechanisms that communities have had in place for millennia to ensure that resource is sustainably managed.
Thank you. That's useful. Thank you.
So, Ms. Holt, just a question to you, and perhaps Mr. McAvoy might be able to assist. Is it more the conversation now needs to be that government agencies ought to recalibrate their thinking to be in alignment with native title and closing the gap commitments?
Yes, look, I think fundamentally I was involved, as was Mr. McAvoy and Mr. Chapman, in the Fisheries Management Amendment legislation when it passed in 2009, in the work that led up to it. And I guess we all felt that was the groundshed moment where there was a recognition from government about what needed to change to reflect the rights and interests of Aboriginal people in New South Wales. And that's part of what is so disappointing and disturbing about the lack of implementation, is because that is something at a bureaucratic level that the views and opinions have not changed, even though Parliament well debated that matter and formed a view that things should change. And this is across closing the gap. You know, there are commitments to increase the legal rights of Aboriginal people, to decrease the incarceration rates, to do things that positively build culture, and yet we sit here with a mechanism that was brought before Parliament and passed in 2009 that was intended to do that very thing, and it's being opposed. And I think there does need to be a reckoning, and this is across the board. This is in native title, in cultural fishing, in Aboriginal cultural heritage, in land rights, across the board, in matters involving Aboriginal people in New South Wales. But there really does need to be a reckoning about a change in government. Aboriginal people have had to bend and shape to government since settlement, and it is now time, with the coming together of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people, and in closing the gap, and in all of the things that are changing in our society. This is the time to say, well, government needs to change and the bureaucracy needs to change.
I'll only add that it's in the Aboriginal Legal Service submission that the New South Wales Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research shows that between 1996 and 2020, there were 30 custodial sentences, 23 custodial alternatives, 93 community-based orders, 279 fines of the most impoverished sector of the New South Wales population, and the CAPA, the Centre for Aboriginal Economic Policy and Research, in their submission, in their research has shown that although Aboriginal people make up 4% of the people living on the south coast, they have accounted for 80% of the jail terms for fisheries offences since 2009. It's an outrageous disparity. And I was here, I think probably 2 years ago, giving evidence about the incarceration rates in this state, and the promise that the Closing the Gap process had in terms of trying to change the direction in which the continuing process of colonisation over the lands of Indigenous peoples keeps incarcerating Aboriginal people. And I'll just add, one of the other hats I wear is as co-senior counsel in a truth-telling commission in Victoria, the Uruk Justice Commission. It's a royal commission in Victoria, and that truth-telling commission will be looking at the ways in which government has failed to protect Aboriginal people. And I imagine that if such a truth-telling process ever comes to this state, which I'm fairly comfortable it will, that people who have been involved in this particular system will be subpoenaed and they will be cross-examined about it, because there is injustice. There's clear injustice, and the ability to change that injustice sits in the hands of Parliament and the Minister, and you can't shirk that.
We have one final question from Mr. Primrose.
Just before you do, if this is the Closing the Gap question, I need to say this, Chair, I'm sorry. Look, the New South Wales Government Crown Solicitor's Office has, during this prosecution process and all that stuff, the New South Wales Government Solicitor General's Office has found a way, and the courts have found a way not to put Aboriginal people in jail with this Closing the Gap story when they're being prosecuted for fishing. They are being fined, and it's most recently fined, around about $35,000, and one just recently, a $30,000 fine. And they are prohibited from going near any water controlled by the Department of Primary Industry. And they're not incarcerated. Now, you go down and ask them people, they will tell you that you may as well chuck them in jail. Because this is far worse than throwing them in jail. They'll tell you that. They've told me that. Because they are now out there in they have got no way and means of paying for the $35,000. How are they going to get their life back on track? How are they going to get their licence next year? How are they going to have a registered car? They're going to have to go into agreements with government, pay them off until they, have a debt until they die, because they can't pay them off. But the other thing, what they've been able to achieve in amongst all this stuff, their water is just over there and they can see it. The cultural activity is just there. So this is worse than a form of incarceration, in my view. And this has just got to stop. It's outrageous. I don't know. I just can't find the words. I'm really frustrated about the whole lot. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We might have to put your questions on notice if that's all right, Mr. Primrose. We've run
No, I
out
think
of time.
my only question was, and please take on notice if you wish, was are there any legal reasons why the will of the Parliament couldn't be enacted within, say, a month by setting the commencement to that section in say, a month's time?
None. No.
Ask all three witnesses.
Well, I don't think Mr. Chapman can speak for himself, but I don't. Legal question. Yeah. Ms. Holt, I think, should be asked to answer it.
Yep. Is there a legal reason why you couldn't commence?
There's no legal impediment from NTS Corp's perspective. No legal impediment whatsoever, and we have addressed that matter in our submission.
Yep. question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for attending today, and also Ms. Holt for coming online. We may have additional questions after the hearing. We've resolved that answers to these, and I note that there was at least one question taken on notice to be returned within 21 days to answer those questions. But the Secretariat will be in contact with you in relation to any further questions. Thank you again for coming today. The committee will now take a short break and be back at 3:15.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Are we ready? Have we let in the witnesses?
Wasn't
or-
she what? Oh.
Good afternoon. I now welcome our next witnesses. Both of our witnesses now are online. I'll start, if you don't mind, with doing the swearing in. I'll start with Mr. Donovan. Mr. Donovan, did you get an email with either an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, I did.
In that case, can I get you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please?
Yep, apologies. I'll just find where what link I've opened up the affirmation in. Okay, so my name's Jamie Donovan. I'm currently the chairperson of Bunya Local Aboriginal Lands Council and also the current chairperson of the Regional Mid-North Coast Aboriginal Men's Group. Just waiting for the oath to open, sorry.
That's all right. If you like, I can read it out to you and you can just repeat it back, if that would be easier.
Yeah.
You're doing the oath?
Yes. Oh, the
Or the affirmation?
affirmation.
Okay, great. So the affirmation is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare
I solemnly and sincerely truly declare
and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me
and affirm that the evidence that is now about to be given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Donovan. I now go to Mr. Anderson. Did you get the email with the oath and the affirmation?
Yes.
Fantastic. Could I get you to please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name's Wayne Anderson. I'm a member of the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, member of the steering committee for the Biripi Barre Hastings Aboriginal Cultural Fishing Local Management Plan trial. And the affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll go back to Mr. Donovan. Did you have an opening statement that you'd like to give the committee?
Yeah, I will. Weeble, Minyang Mura Wugalin, Baraba Yitti Jamie Donovan, Nata Biripi Warama Guri, Nata Joelin Gatan, Yi Baraba Barai, Yi Biripi Barai, Mura Yegu Marla Baragu, Naji Naragi, Wanyabu Ganila, Wanyabu Gani, Biripi Barai, Gata Nura and Wakoda, Maramu. I said hello everybody, how are you all? My name is Jamie Donovan. I'm a Biripi Warama man. I'm speaking to you in the Gatan language. This is my country. This is Biripi country. We've all come here to this country to see, to protect, to remember and think. Always was and always will be Biripi country. And let us all go together as one. I've been a part of the Biripi Barre Hastings Aboriginal Cultural Fishing Local Management Plan since the beginning of consultations just over 5 years ago. As the current chairperson of the Bunya Local Aboriginal Land Council and also the Mid-North Coast Regional Aboriginal Men's Group, it is in my view that the Aboriginal Cultural Fishing Local Management Plan has been successful in supporting both our community and third-party interest groups in fostering greater relationships of understanding and acceptance. The relationship building processes that have taken place with DPI, the Department of Primary Industries, through regular attendance at our community NAIDOC events, the DPI compliance officers having worked with our community to gain greater understanding from us around our cultural fishing needs and the Aboriginal perspective of sustainable fishing practices. We've had some very rigorous conversations around the continuing systemic cultural genocide practices within fishing laws, and we've had some very good shared cultural understanding where we've seen improved cultural competency through these relationships. It's been a very caring and nurturing information sharing process, but has always allowed our community to have complete ownership over the outcomes. Ultimately, we now have a plan that has been vetted by all industries and industry-based groups, the DPI, the Minister, and most importantly by our community. We have a plan that is now active and recognises our inherent cultural fishing rights within our designated boundaries. Our community can now safely hunt, gather and collect seafood resources without the fear of prosecution and harassment from DPI compliance officers. The local management plan has been what our community has needed to assure our community's ongoing cultural fishing rights. Marambul, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Mr. Anderson, did you have an opening statement that you'd like to give to the committee?
Yes, please. Good evening, Wilbur. Greetings, hi. Nata Juyobu, Purapai, Paraiga, Purapaika. I speak to you in Gatan on Purapai country. Nata Yiti or Wayne Anderson, Nata Jari Gaba, Galawin Gurka, Nata Purapai, Waramai Guri. Hello, my name is Wayne Anderson, born in Taree and now live in Port Macquarie. And I'm a Purapai Waramai Aboriginal man. Wannabu Gunya, Wannabu Gunyi, Purapai Barai, always was, always will be Purapai country. Barai Marong Yigu, country good here. It is very good country. Barai Garai, Tamban Bila, Yura, Gurwa, Juku, Wati, Makor, Olba, Buna, Durban. Country having strong sky, sea, sun, river, fish, mountain, beach, Aboriginal people. Thank you to our elders, past and present. And Gatai, Nuram, Wakaldar, let us all go as one. Honourable, thank you. I speak to you in Guttung and English to highlight that the New South Wales Government is strongly supporting the revitalisation of Aboriginal languages. And what comes with this revitalisation and re-establishment of communities to be able to speak their language is health, strength, and a sense of peace with what things have happened in the past. I'm a 65-year-old man. I grew up in a family of saltwater people. My family passed on to me a strong connection to the sea, rivers, lakes and creeks of this country. My family taught me how to fish, crab, prawn, oyster, pippy, collect abalone, catch beach worms with my fingers, collect bait, read the water and the environment conditions, respect elders, have fun being with others when doing these things, catch and collect food for others. I have a sense of responsibility of whatever I catch, that this is to be shared with family. For some species, I am the only one to be catching and distributing that fish. I am the bait catcher for our family gatherings. I am a father, an uncle, a grandfather, as well as a guri, a bingai and a community elder who is passing on as much knowledge as I can to those willing to learn. I also accept as an Aboriginal man that there are things that I am unable to eat, including fish, because of cultural and commitment to LORE law. I'm here today to support a process that will return the Aboriginal people of New South Wales the right to use cultural fishing and cultural management practices in an environment that respects Aboriginal people and Aboriginal culture. I'm looking forward to the New South Wales Government strongly supporting Aboriginal cultural fishing and Aboriginal cultural fishing management practices. Honourable, thank you.
Thank you both. I'm now going to throw it open to questions from the committee. Yes, I think they were the opening statements, and so I'm going to throw it open to questions from the committee. I'll throw it over to Labor to begin.
Thank you. Thank you both for your opening presentation. Can maybe Mr. Donovan first, but can you just how does the local management plan operate for cultural fishing? I guess we've heard a bit about these fishing plans, but just how does it work? Like, what are the arrangements that you put in place?
So you want me to answer that one?
Yeah.
So, essentially, what we've been able to negotiate with the DPI are bag limits that sit outside the current recreational requirements when we're catching or fishing for cultural purposes or cultural activities. In our current fisheries environment, the waterways of the Hastings and the Camden Haven network, where the fisheries plan covers, is actually restricted fisheries areas. What this plan does is removes those restrictions and allows Aboriginal people to hunt and gather anywhere within those waterways. So it removes those restrictions. Again, as I said, around compliance, there's that lack of, we don't have to go hunt and gather out of fear of being harassed by DPI compliance officers when we're trying to collect food sources for our family and for community events.
So does it just relate to the catch to the take? Does it talk more as well about waterway management, land management around the waterways, or is it just specifically very much about bag limits and the like?
In the plan, it's in regards to the process of catching as well. So we've got access to use nets as well, which currently the Hastings River is locked out for commercial fishermen and netting. We've got the access to be able to do that for cultural events. Obviously, in the early stages of the plan itself, so part of the plan is that we will monitor and record all catch takings and stuff from the designated area within the boundaries. So over time, we'll be able to track that data, species caught, the number of, and the impact.
And Mr. Donovan or Mr. Anderson, has this local fishing management plan, has it actually changed the way in which you interact with DPI fisheries? And if so, how?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. It's been a long process. This started in 2017. And we had it signed off by the Minister in June this year. So it's only been in operation for a very, very short period of time. But one thing that has happened through this process is that the relationship with the community and DPI has developed a really strong and trusting relationship, especially for the personal people involved from DPI. I won't mention any names because I'm not sure whether I can do that here, but the other aspect which has come from this is also a stronger sense of community. So we have two LAUP groups, Aboriginal Land Council groups in our local area that's involved with this plan, and that's Biripi LAUP and Bunya LAUP. These communities are so much stronger because of this plan now. We have a sense of being united, have a sense of working together. So it's been a really strong process, not only in terms of the Aboriginal people, but also for the whole community. Thank you.
Yep. And also, so in relation to the plan and the way it's been in now, I guess, in operation for a little while, how's the local broader community involved in this as well? Is there a sort of I guess, has it enhanced the relationship with the local community up there with the broader community, or vice versa?
Well, I think we haven't really seen any negative impacts in that. As Uncle Wayne said, it's only been in play now for the past 2 months or so. There's a lot of public notification that's going to happen. DPI are placing signage at all the major boat ramps within the Hastings and the Camden Haven network, so that recreational fishermen are able to see and be aware that cultural fishing may be taking place within the waterways. Part of the approval process, as I said before, this plan had to go via our local recreational fishermen lobbying group, the local commercial fisheries groups. So they are aware that the plan was being considered and that it's now been released and launched. So those groups know that it's happening. As I said, in a lot of the discussions, we are a very small minority of the community, and the impact that our community would have in this particular space in comparison to those commercial fishing entities is very minimal.
Thanks, Chair.
Government members with questions. I'll throw to Mr. Martin.
Unless Mr. Barrett wants to jump in. You good? Either way?
You go.
Thank you both of you for making time this afternoon. Mr. Anderson, it was very interesting to just hear your recount of, although it's short operation, but how the local management plan is going up there. Would you, with the experience you've had, what would your advice be to others throughout New South Wales who are grappling with this issue, and whether they should have an LMP in their area or not?
Jamie and I spoke about this briefly the other day. We're very conscious that the model that we have will suit our communities. It's a very small area.
Okay.
And we made a conscious process that really was very much a test case, along with Hoy, and that what we need to do is to give the community comfort in terms of moving forward in the process, and to give realistic boundaries to the project. So we only include the two LAUC boundaries. In other communities, that covers, their areas would cover a much larger area. But what we have always said when we started this project, now that we have it implemented, we're a community that will be able to support other communities if they would like to move in this direction. And we are certainly not saying that you have to move, but if you wanted to move in this direction, our community would be happy to support you.
Mr. Donovan, anything to add?
Yeah, look, and as Uncle Wayne said, it's a conversation that we both had recently, just in regards to our LMP is targeted on a very small cluster of our Biripi traditional boundaries. So this plan only covers the northern boundary of Biripi country. It doesn't cover the whole Biripi nation. So there's other complexities around, this plan. As cultural fishermen, we can't step outside the boundaries that are designated in this plan, even though we are both Biripi and Worimi men. Our country extends a lot further than what this plan does, so we're still restricted to the two river systems that are identified in this plan. So in terms of moving forward, this was, given our current living arrangements that we live on country in Biripi country, northern Biripi country, it was a commitment that we were going to make to our communities to give them access to a fishing right and an inherent fishing right that they would not have had and still don't have under the former 2009 Fishing Amendment Act.
Would you be able to elucidate, thank you, and would you be able to elucidate a bit more on the differences between what operating under Section 21AA might be versus the LMP that you're trialling there?
Look, to be honest, I haven't really got my head completely around the Section 21A stuff.
Is that about Section 37 and applications through that? Is that what you're referring to?
Whatever you would like to talk to, whether it's in regards to how the proposal was under the 2009 legislation and how it's playing out for you there with your LMP. Basically, to boil it down, what are the benefits that you see with this trial versus any other alternative?
If we refer to the fishing restrictions that that are stated in the interim access process, what it does, it opens up a higher level of catch available for Aboriginal people compared to non-Aboriginal people. But what it omits to talk about there are the cultural practices involved by Aboriginal people that are not available. So, for example, it's illegal for an Aboriginal person to actually hold a spear in their hand and to spear fish. It's illegal to actually build structures which traditionally were there, such as fish traps, and in many cases have been destroyed deliberately. It would be illegal for us to actually go out and re-establish those without permits. It would be illegal for us to go out in large groups and put fishing methods together in a teaching practice and in a collection practice. So the interim model is only there as a process to increase the number of fish. It doesn't address the cultural practices that Aboriginal people want to include, and in our case, with our plan, it does include more cultural practices, and it does include those things which we do want to do. And as we go along, we're going to find that there may be other practices that other community members will want to bring back as part of their family business. So the 2009 has a big gap, huge gap, if you want to respect Aboriginal culture.
Thank you very much.
I guess to add to that too, the difference being the 2009 Act was done in 2009. We're now in 2022. We have access to our fishing rights that Act would have given us back in 2009. We have access to that right now, whereas other communities don't. And that was a benefit for us.
Can I just ask, sorry, it's just a technical thing as we look to go forward in the other one. How do you manage size limits underneath the LNP? Is that something you guys do, like self-manage?
So part of that compliance, working alongside compliance and stuff like that as well. So the recording of fish take sizes and numbers. But again, Aboriginal people have been sustainably living off this country for 60,000 years. We are the masters of sustainable living and practices. You guys got your bag limits and worked all that sort of stuff out from our traditional cultural practices. So our community, in terms of our take limits, we don't take undersized fish or fish outside of our seasonal requirements. So it's something that's for a long time we've been practicing those rights.
Yeah, so I think that it's not just an open slather. There is law around it, as in your law around size limits in particular and other methods. And
100%, and particularly around spawning season and stuff like that. You know, we're not here to just go in and rape and pillage. As you would see through trawlers and all that sort of stuff. Our catch take limits are based around cultural needs and events and functions.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, what's the involvement been, or the discussions of this LNP through the Fishing Advisory Council that you're on?
The Fishing Advisory Council had our first meeting in the formation of the year that's going to be for the next 3 years. We introduced to that in our first meeting this year. And it was, again, talked about in the context of if communities were interested in moving forward in such a plan, rather than a process of saying that this is something that communities have to do. So it was a knowledge sharing session with AFAP, and I was lucky to be there. I'm lucky to be a member, so I could answer questions for people who were there. And it was just one of those things that were shared. So it was good to be able to share that.
Okay. And then, so you're in a trial process. I know it's only early stages, but are you expecting to continue to roll this on?
That's a government decision. we would.
Sorry, would you like to see this roll on?
I'll absolutely like to see this process to be perpetuated forever.
Okay.
I think one of the things that the numbers within the plan in terms of catch are certainly interim. The thing within the plan is that it acknowledges that cultural practices has a sharing process within fishing. So as I deliberately spoke about in my introduction, I have responsibilities of catching fish for family, and so when Wayne Anderson goes fishing, a good percentage of that catch goes to other members of the family. And when we have bigger gatherings of family, there's a greater pressure to be polite and to feed people. So this document, which is the plan, cultural fishing plan, has numbers which are far greater than the interim numbers. But those numbers are only needed when you're operating within a cultural practice that you're not catching fish just for yourself to eat. What you're doing is you're catching fish for a family group or a social gathering, which has other responsibilities with it. Thank you.
Right. That's pretty good for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one for
Yeah, can I? Thanks. It's Mick Veach again. So is this is the plan publicly available?
My understanding that it is.
Okay, thank you. And is there a review period? Like, how long is the plan for?
I believe it's for.
You go on.
Oh, sorry. I believe it's for 2 years. Part of that process is because within the development of the plan, we had the impacts of COVID, as everyone has, and so everything was held up. So the time frame over which the plan was hoping to be would have been longer if the COVID processes hadn't slowed us down. But at this stage, it is a 2-year process. Certainly, that's a very small period of time.
Yeah.
But in terms of starting a process, let's start.
Okay, and then is the view to roll the plan over for a longer period of time? Is that sort of where the your conversation or consultation is at?
Jamie?
Well, I think from moving forward post the review, as a community member, I would like to see that this plan not so much be rolled over, but just becomes a normal part of our fisheries process. It's not living under a plan where we've got to continually monitor. And I just think the restrictions that have been removed from us, I'll use, and this is one argument that we had quite vigorously nearly every meeting when we were in the consultation phase, was around access to pippies. These are a food source that have been abundant for Aboriginal people for thousands of years, and we have middens in our local community that are carbon dated to over 10,000 years that validate this. The early conversations that we were having was that you will not be allowed to have pippies. They are prohibited for anyone in New South Wales to eat. Under this plan, it gives us right, even though we've been eating them. Those sort of restrictions upon our cultural practices, we were being told by a government agency that we couldn't continue to hunt and gather traditional food source that our people have continued to eat for thousands of years, with no real justification other than somebody got sick in a restaurant in Sydney, and there were concerns around toxins in the water.
So the other question I have then is around the training for DPI fisheries officers as a part of this process. Was there training for the DPI officers? And if so, hopefully you were involved in that process. Maybe.
Yeah, look, one of the startup points was some cultural awareness training back in 2017, whereby DPI staff came to Birripah, Laos, And one of the things that was conveyed by the DPI staff was, why didn't we have this long before? And isn't it nice to be able to have these conversations? And there was a sense of looking forward to the opportunity of being in the community without having the big stick of DPI regulations, and actually enjoying being able to connect with Aboriginal people and finding out what they're doing in their cultural practices. The other aspect within it is that DPI staff will know who are the members of the community who have opted in to be part of the cultural fishing plan. Not everyone will opt in, and if they don't opt in, they'll stay under the interim numbers and also the other regulations of fishing. So one of the things is that we're building that interaction between the community and DPI. And every time I've met DPI staff so far and everything that we've done, there's always been smiles within the process. So it's really actively building a positive trust relationship. Thank you.
Okay. And my last question is probably an obvious one, but if you were to go through this exercise again, what would you do differently? What could have been done better?
Jamie?
Yeah, look, I think if anyone can get rid of COVID, that really put a big issue, like that really stopped or halted a lot of the momentum that we gathered really early in the piece. We probably would have had this plan, without COVID, we would have had this plan rolled out 2 or 3 years ago. But in all honesty, I think the process that we have been through, the genuine consultation that I have felt for my community with DPI has been second to none. They maintained great communication with us every step along the way. They made community feel very reassured around the whole process, and that our voices needed to be heard. And if we weren't speaking up, they were making sure, come on, we need feedback, and they allowed us the time to consult with our community. So this fisheries plan is not the Jamie Donovan and the Wayne Anderson consultation plan. There are many, many more members of our community that are involved in this, and we use the relationship with both LAUCs to springboard the connection with community and to be able to reach out far and wide with as many Aboriginal families as we can. And I really appreciated the fact that the agency that led the plan took that time and respected that time from community, and respected that whatever timeframes and restrictions they had, our timeframes were not the same. We weren't aligned with that, and they respected that process. So it's one thing that I wouldn't change about that. I really strongly encourage that if any other communities wanted to take this up, that they make sure that their voices are heard, and that they aren't pushed and pressured into going into anything that they don't want to, because this is something that our community took quite some time to discuss and engage in.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I think DPI picked the right staff to be involved.
Yeah.
With the staff that did give the time and commitment and trust to this, it's as much a reflection on their capacities as people. And if the wrong staff come into the process, it would be very difficult for those staff and be very difficult for community to develop a sense of trust and have that well-being as the result of the whole process. So, again, I'd like to acknowledge the DPI staff who were involved. They were excellent and great people in terms of supporting a process. So thank you to them. Thank you.
And my last question, Chair. So thanks for all the information you've provided around the local management plan for fisheries, but would you prefer the process you've got now, or would you prefer that Section 21AA just commence in New South Wales?
I'd like to be able to practice my cultural fishing in any family area, anywhere that I'm connected to people. If I go down one side of the Hastings River, I can do cultural fishing. If I go down the other side of the river, I'll be fined. And that's the reality of what happens or could happen. So it should be happening it should be open right up across New South Wales. Just can't have a dotted line and say culture here and dotted line outside, stop your culture. I can't.
So, Mr. Anderson, what you're saying, Mr. Anderson, is that you would prefer Section 21AA to commence?
I would like full cultural fishing practices to be open for everyone.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a couple of minutes left, so I just thought I would open it up to both of you, just ask if there was anything else that you wanted to bring to the committee's attention that you don't think that we've covered today. I might start with you, Mr. Donovan, if there was anything additional that you wanted to put on the record.
Well, just in relation to the last question, I'd just like to echo what Uncle Wayne has said. I'm from Biripi and Warramai country. I'm currently sitting on my mother's homelands at the moment, and I know now that I can't go out and fish to my full cultural capacity here in Warramai country, and that, for me, spiritually, impacts on me and my abilities to be able to go and share that with my children. And I'd just like to echo, if that Section 21AA is what's going to give all Aboriginal people access to their cultural fishing rights and obligations right across throughout the state, then I would definitely back that. But at this point in being, with that plan or that act not being in place, this LNP is what our community needs. It's what gives me access to fisheries to allow me to teach and show my children and the future generations that will continue to carry on my cultural practices into the future, the ability to be able to continue practicing that.
Mr. Anderson, did you have anything to add?
Yes, I've got a list here. I've been involved in a number of things. The North Coast Regional Plan is the latest one that I'm involved with. The North Coast Regional Water Strategy, the Marine Estate Strategy, AFAC, the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council. One of the things that strikes me in the operation of the government is that it's in a process of trying to improve its capacity to be respectful to Aboriginal people and Aboriginal cultures. The whole structure when it comes to working with and getting feedback and supporting Aboriginal people is a very compartmentalised process. It would be wonderful if in the process of the final implementation of cultural fishing being approved across New South Wales, that the other departments of DPI, national parks, water, and all come together and be at the table to be able to actually find out what will be the impact of this, what will happen when Aboriginal people walk into or go to places to practice cultural fishing. If we continue to compartmentalise, it makes it very difficult for Aboriginal people to still be comfortable to be able to travel country and carry out cultural practices. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you both for attending today and providing your evidence. The committee members may have additional questions for either of you after the hearing, and the committee has resolved that the answers to these would be returned within 21 days. But the Secretariat will be in contact in relation to those questions if they do arise. And thank you both again for coming here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Donovan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable.
Welcome to the show.
Well, I welcome our next witnesses. I'll start with each witness swearing, stating their name and position title, and swearing either an oath or affirmation. And if I could start with Ms. Fairfield. Fairfield.
Thank you. Yes, Sarah Fairfield. I'm the Director of Aboriginal Fishing and Marine and Coastal Environments with DPI Fisheries. I'll do an affirmation. Go ahead now.
Yes.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Sloan.
Thank you, Chair. Sean Sloan, Deputy Director General for Fisheries in the Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you both. And is there a short opening statement that one of you would like to provide?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands of those joining the hearing today in person and online, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The New South Wales Government recognises the cultural and spiritual importance of aquatic environments and fisheries resources to Aboriginal people, who have been harvesting from and caring for rivers and oceans for thousands of years. And we are actively working with Aboriginal communities and other stakeholders to support Aboriginal cultural fishing within a sustainable natural resource management framework. One of the key points that I would like to highlight is that DPI Fisheries is a natural resource management agency with an ecologically sustainable development focus. In administering the fisheries legislation, our main focus is on ensuring our fish stocks and the environments and waterways that support them are managed sustainably and shared equitably among all of the people of New South Wales, including current and future generations. With a population of over 8 million people living in New South Wales, 80%, nearly 6.3 million living on or near the coast, we have an estimated nearly 1 million recreational fishers, nearly 1,000 commercial fishers, and Aboriginal communities practicing culture fishing along the New South Wales coast. We have a very important role to balance these competing demands and ensure the harvest by all fishing sectors from our fish stocks and the pressures on their supporting environments is managed carefully. We have various tools available to manage fish stocks, including catch quotas, taken possession limits, spatial and seasonal closures, gear restrictions and size limits for individual species to ensure they have the opportunity to breed, reproduce and replenish stocks. Since the amendments in 2009 to the fisheries legislation, the Department has had a particular focus on supporting the continuation of cultural fishing. The definition of cultural fishing under the Fisheries Management Act 1994 is fishing activities and practices carried out by Aboriginal people for the purposes of satisfying their personal, domestic or communal needs, or for educational, ceremonial or other traditional purposes, and which do not have a commercial purpose. I'd like to take the opportunity today to provide clarity on the management of cultural fishing across New South Wales and the Department's work on implementing the 2009 Fisheries Management Amendment Act. I'll highlight some of our initiatives to support cultural fishing and increase participation and economic development and involvement by Aboriginal people in fisheries and aquatic resources within a sustainable natural resource management framework. In New South Wales, the Fisheries Management Act provides the framework in which to conserve, develop and share the fisheries resources of the state for the benefit of present and future generations. Upon passage of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act in 2009, the New South Wales Government took immediate steps to commence Schedule 1 in its entirety. This includes changes to the legislation to recognise, protect and promote Aboriginal people's culture, spiritual, social and customary association with the state's fisheries resources, providing permits for cultural fishing, establishing an Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council, consulting with the Council and other key stakeholders on the development of a cultural fishing regulation, and waiving recreational fishing licence fees for Aboriginal people. At this time, interim cultural fishing access arrangements were also established to enable higher levels of take for culturally important species. The Aboriginal Fishing Trust was also later established, which has so far funded 28 projects to support cultural fishing across New South Wales. All of the 2009 amendments to the Fisheries Management Act have commenced, except for Section 21AA. It is my understanding the intention of the government has been for Section 21AA to commence with a supporting regulation to underpin the conservation, development and sharing of fisheries resources, and to enable cultural fishing to operate within the fisheries management framework. From 2010 to 2016, the Department worked with stakeholders to develop draft regulations to give effect to Section 21AA. This included establishing working with the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, the AFAC, the NTS Corp, the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, and other Aboriginal stakeholders on a draft statewide regulation, which was tabled as an attachment to the New South Wales Government submission. Since 2016, when AFAC and other key stakeholders advised the New South Wales Government they no longer supported the draft statewide regulation, DPI has been working on alternative place-based arrangements to facilitate cultural fishing, namely local management plans. LMPs provide access to fisheries resources for Aboriginal communities to support their cultural practices and ensure they have greater involvement in local fisheries management, including aspects of self-regulation. Importantly, these plans are community-led, with DPI providing support to deliver them. We are currently trialling LMPs with the Hastings community, which you have heard about, and will soon be doing the same with the Tweed Aboriginal community. Increased access for Aboriginal fishers continues to be supported through the Aboriginal Cultural Fishing Interim Access Arrangements, which allow for extended take and possession limits. For example, for culturally important species such as abalone, cultural fishers can take 10 abalone, which is 5 times higher than the recreational bag limit. Since January 2010, DPI has also issued over 140 cultural fishing permits, which have allowed Aboriginal fishers to take significantly higher catches of culturally important species within a set period, using various fishing techniques, including haul nets for the annual mullet run. I'd like to table a summary of these permits to the committee for information. In recognition that our role in management of cultural fishing is much broader than managing the harvest, we also have a range of Aboriginal cultural fisheries management and engagement activities underway, including economic development opportunities and capacity building of Aboriginal people in fisheries and aquatic environment management. The Department leads the delivery of the 10-year Marine Estate Management Strategy Initiative 4, with close to $8 million already invested and a further $12 million planned for sea country education, training and cultural initiatives to protect Aboriginal cultural values and foster the next generation of custodians. I'd like to table a series of 16 videos that provide first-hand accounts of the positive impacts of these projects. We have recently established a new Aboriginal Fisheries Officer Career Pathways program involving the appointment of Aboriginal fisheries officers to assist with fisheries compliance and community engagement. We have established a project to develop an Aboriginal fisheries harvest strategy framework to guide how we incorporate Aboriginal cultural fishing into all New South Wales harvest strategies. We also have a new project in partnership with the Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council, the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation and the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation to support new Aboriginal community-owned and operated fishing, aquaculture or aquatic tourism businesses, both inland and coastal. And in the weeks ahead, we'll be engaging with Aboriginal communities on the opportunities presented by this project. I want to convey to the committee that the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries is strongly in support of Aboriginal cultural fishing within the broader New South Wales fisheries management framework. And our teams are committed to supporting cultural fishing in New South Wales. We remain open to other ways of doing things. Section 21AA is just one part of a much broader picture. In managing the fisheries resources of New South Wales, the Department needs to balance all of the competing interests, and we'll continue to work with communities to ensure that Aboriginal fishers are able to operate within the fisheries management framework and to meet their cultural fishing needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move now to questioning, and I'll start with the opposition. Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Fairfield and Mr Sloan, so I'm not sure whether you've heard much of today's testimony or evidence, or had a chance to review the roundtable at Narooma, but it would be fair to say that I was certainly troubled by some of the evidence we've heard. Can I start out by asking, so what is the process for a fisheries officer to determine if someone's claiming native title rights? There's some sort of instruction or guidance that's been provided to go through that process?
Thank you for the question. So, first of all of our fisheries officers are trained in the legal aspects of both native title and cultural fishing, and we do have specific work instructions that our fisheries officers apply when they interact with Aboriginal people who are conducting cultural fishing, whether it be pursuant to a native title claim or whether it be broader cultural fishing.
Okay. So what is that training? Can you advise the committee? How does that work? Is it a one-day training session? Is it a month's training somewhere? Like, does it involve cultural training with local Indigenous groups? Like, what is the training that you talk about?
If the committee would like, I'd be happy to provide some detail on how that training is conducted. But essentially, every new fisheries officer that is inducted into DPI Fisheries undergoes specific training, and the training that I mentioned is part of that. There's also a standard cultural awareness training that all Department of Regional New South Wales staff undergo, and you, I think, heard members of the Hastings community refer to the cultural awareness training that occurred in 2017-18, which is more of a sort of an immersive training workshop that occurred, and we have plans to repeat that for the whole of the DPI fisheries staff as well. That's something that we would plan to do and repeat on occasions every few years because of the turnover in staff across the department.
Okay. Can you, Mr. Sloan, I don't know whether you can answer this, but I'll pose the question anyway. So someone's been pulled over on the side of the road by a fisheries officer, and there's a process being undertaken to check the vehicle for Abalone. During that exercise, that interaction, how does the fisheries officer start that process of assessing whether someone actually is claiming native title rights? The individual has to say they're claiming native title rights?
Well, part of the process, first of all, would be the fisheries officer identifying themselves, and then, of course, trying to identify the person that they're interacting with. And if they were interacting with a person that was identifying themselves as Aboriginal and as a native title claimant or fisher, then they have specific work instructions where they will ask a series of questions that aim to identify that individual. And when it comes to the situations our fisheries officers are faced with in the field, it's we don't expect them to be lawyers. We don't expect them to be native title lawyers. So it's an extremely challenging role that they have to, in the field, work out how they should respond to certain situations. If it's very sort of clear cut and the species and the quantities of those species are within our interim access arrangements, and so to take the example of Abalone, that limit is 10. Then those officers obviously then just move on and let the fisher go about their business. But in the instance where they have got larger quantities that are in that category of being a commercial quantity, then that's a very difficult matter for the fisheries officer to work out whether or not that's fishing that's pursuant to native title or whether it could be illegal activity. And that's the very difficult situation that we're faced with in those situations. So in those circumstances, our fisheries officers have to make a judgment when they're in the field, and when they're unsure about what the activity is, whether there is any commerciality or illegal activity occurring, or whether it is native title fishing that has occurred, they refer those matters to the courts when they're in that realm. And those matters are obviously difficult judgments for fisheries officers to make. They have a very challenging role.
I could probably just add to that too, that once the fisheries officer has got some information, they can also check whether they're on the claimant list of a particular claimant that's been registered. There's also talking to the registered native title body corporate or other avenues to make investigation before going down the path of trying to test it through the courts.
Does the department undertake a scheme whereby they pay, they reward individuals for advising fisheries officers that someone may be illegally obtaining abalone? Spotters fees, dobbers rewards, whatever you want to call them. Do you undertake that sort of process?
We'd have to take that on notice, actually, to give you the correct answer.
I'd really like that, thank you. Yeah. Can I then go to the case of next part of this process is confiscation. So we've heard a number of people talk to us about their equipment being confiscated, their cars being confiscated. What's the legal premise upon which that occurs?
So those powers, seizure powers that fisheries officers have when it comes to serious matters and serious offending, and those powers exist so that a fisheries officer can gather evidence, but also in the broader picture, there's a level of deterrent that exists when there's a serious offence that has existed, and the person doing that offending has the risk that their equipment, including vehicles and boats, could be confiscated, and that's that only occurs in the serious end of offending.
So the confiscated equipment, is it ever returned to the individuals, or is it sold?
It depends on generally on the outcomes of the prosecution that's proceeding, and there are times where it may be returned. There are times where it wouldn't be.
And when it is sold, in instances where it is sold, what happens to the funds? Do the funds go into a trust? Do they go to consolidated revenue? What happens to the proceeds that are then obtained?
I'll take that on notice to make sure I give you the correct answer.
Okay, thank you. Can I? So the next part of the process, of course, is that individuals will finish up in the court system at Series E that you're talking about. We heard today that at least nine cases were withdrawn at that point. What's the basis for the department making a determination that they should withdraw charges?
Those matters, once they go into that process, are essentially in the hands of a legal team and prosecutors, and certainly I don't get involved in those matters once they are proceeding to those circumstances. So there could be any number of reasons, and I could provide a list of the potential reasons that could be there. So I can take that on notice.
Can I? In an instance where a charge is withdrawn, does the department go through an exercise with the fisheries officers who were involved at the initial point to work through why the charge was withdrawn? Does any of the charges withdrawn relate to the way in which that initial interaction took place? Say, for instance, at the side of a road or on a beach?
I mean, every individual circumstance is different, and the answer is yes. There's always a debrief activity that occurs after any of those types of circumstances. So they would always debrief on how that situation unfolded and how the matter ended up.
Okay. So then, would that then involve potential training or further training for individual fisheries officers around the way that they go about that particular interaction?
Well, potentially, and it would obviously depend on the particular circumstance and what the reason for withdrawing the prosecution was. So there would be, each one of those circumstances would be different.
I can't recall whether you said you would take this on notice, but we heard of, I think, about 9 cases today. But would you be able to tell us how many have actually been withdrawn by the department? Particularly since 21AA went through both houses of Parliament. So in that time frame, I'd like to know how many cases have been to court and then withdrawn.
Can certainly provide that figure. I don't have the figure at the sort of top of my head.
And it's also the reasons. That would be pretty interesting to the committee, I'm certain. Yeah. Now, I hear your opening comment. I've read the government submission. We heard the evidence about the local management plans just previously, but at the end I did pose the question, if those individuals were able to have the local management plan or the 21AA, they would still have 21AA. And I read the submission, I hear your testimony, there's a number of things that the department have put in place since 21AA went through both houses of Parliament. But the reality is, I think the fair weight, the fair body of evidence before this particular panel, this committee, is that 21AA should be commenced at its earliest opportunity. Does it frustrate the department that Section 21AA has not been commenced?
Well, I start by just reiterating how committed the department is to support cultural fishing, and hopefully not just the statements that I've made here today, but the evidence that's out there shows that we are committed to that. A lot of the points that have been raised here so far in the inquiry relate to one species, which is abalone, and a community on the south coast. And we've made the offer already, and I make the offer here again today, that we would like to work with the community to resolve those issues and to find a way forward. And there are obviously various ways that we can do that, but we're committed and very open to doing that. So I just make that very clear statement. I think, yes, it's challenging for the department because we're charged with managing the natural resource base. That's our fundamental role in government, and we manage it on behalf of all New South Wales stakeholders. We have a number of, we have commercial fishers, recreational fishers, and Aboriginal communities and cultural fishers, and we have to balance all of those competing interests. And in general terms, commercial fishers have very tight arrangements around how catches are set and how they're monitored through quota systems, etc. Recreational fishers generally have the bag and boat limit and possession limit rules. And for cultural fishers, because of how unique the practices are, a place-based solution like a local management plan really lends itself to tailoring the arrangements to those local communities, which I think is what the Hastings community, why it's working for them. Section 21AA has provisions that, if it were enacted without a regulation, would simply exempt Aboriginal people right across New South Wales from Section 17 and 18 of the Act, which is where the take and possession limits are set up. So essentially, any person that identifies as Aboriginal would be able to fish, to conduct cultural fishing without a take or possession limit, and that's the simple effect if that is what happens. As the agency managing the natural resource base, certainly our preference is to manage cultural fishing within the broader framework of sustainability, so that the total take for all of these species is managed sustainably. So, we're talking about all species, not just one, not just one part of the state. We're talking about the whole state and all species. So certainly it's challenging for us, and it is frustrating that we have these circumstances that we've had before the committee, but we are very committed to working with Aboriginal communities to resolve these issues, and also to make sure that we have a sustainable fish stock, not just for now, but into the future.
Yep. And Chair, just my last line of questioning before I hand over to others, because I could hold this for the time, as you all know. This morning we had the Abalone Association and we had the Recreational Fishing Association before this committee. They both said, in fact they were very critical, I'll say critical, I say very critical, they probably said critical, of the communication or lack thereof from the department to themselves. They see themselves as stakeholders in this process. Recreational Fishing Alliance was very supportive of the cultural fishing process, and their view was that the department could be doing more, particularly educating recreational fishers around cultural fishing, so there's a greater understanding here of what is actually being proposed in 21AA. Do you accept, Mr. Sloan, that communication from the department needs to improve?
We're always open to suggestions for improvement, so I start by saying that. In terms of how we are communicating at the moment, we have an advisory council for Aboriginal fishing, for recreational fishing and for commercial fishing. And those councils provide advice to the Minister and the Department on managing those sectors, and then above those advisory councils there's a Ministerial Fisheries Advisory Council that has all of those sectors sitting at the table. And meeting outcomes and minutes and summaries of those meetings is published on the website after they've been cleared, etc. So that's one way how I guess that information is provided. When it comes to things like the granting of permits for cultural fishing, which is one of the issues that has been raised with us, we have the situation where sometimes, and in fact a lot of cases, there are privacy issues that arise with an individual permit for an individual community or area. Sometimes it could be related to and in most cases related to a particular event. It could be a celebration, it could be sorry business, it could be a whole range of things. So we're quite conscious in, what would it add to go and consult with recreational fishers when we're dealing with those types of issues? But I think in terms of how we publish at a sort of a summary level those outcomes, we could probably make that more publicly available. We do have a website that has all of the information available on cultural fishing, and that's probably something we could publicise more. And we do have a range of public events where our staff get along and actually do talk to the community about cultural fishing and all other types of activities around that. And so we do make attempts to do this, but I certainly take on board what's been said, and we're open to improving things. I might just invite my colleague Ms Fairfield to see if there's anything that she might add.
Look, I think Jamie and Wayne also touched on the fact that when we were doing the local management plan for the Hastings, we did make an effort to go and talk to the recreational fishing clubs, the commercial fishers up there before the plan was launched, to make sure they were aware of the content and also the interactions that may occur with their activities, and took on board their feedback in finalising the plan. We also, if we're issuing a permit that affects a recreational fishing haven, we'll make sure we reach out to local clubs, and we have reached out to RFA in the past to let them know the reasons why we've issued the permit for that particular area. And as Stan has said this morning, they're very supportive of those activities. We've also been very proactive in talking through our marine park management plan, which touches on the whole coast for 5 mainland marine parks, and had a concerted effort around Aboriginal engagement as well as engaging with the broader public through that process to make sure they're aware of a particular objective around promoting cultural values within our marine parks as well. So always willing to learn and do more, and yeah, this is an opportunity to see where we can make some improvements.
Thank you, Chair. I'll let others have a few moments.
Thank you. I'll move over to the government for any further questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here this afternoon. Can I just start by asking, how is it the case that we're here at the back end of 2022 discussing why something legislated in 2009 still hasn't been implemented? Are you able to walk us through?
Yes, and I've got a chronology here that I can table for the committee to be able to see, I guess, at a level of detail how that has occurred. But from 2009, when the Amendment Act passed...
Sorry, before you do go into it, I appreciate the timeline, and I believe there's something similar, maybe smaller, in the government submission. But if you don't mind, maybe more of an analysis of what's played out, rather than just...
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's right.
And I should say I wasn't employed by the department at that time. I've been in New South Wales for about 2 years, and this happened before my time. But I've had to become very familiar with this process in my role now. So essentially, what happened was there was an effort made, which was between 2010 and 2016, to develop a regulation for cultural fishing. When the Amendment Act passed in 2009, the first step and the first task was to set up the Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council, because the Act actually says you can't put together a regulation without consulting with the Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council. So the first task was setting up the council, and that happened. There was then that 6-year period where there was development of a regulation, and the Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council was obviously leading that process with the department. There was a group of stakeholders bringing to the table commercial fishers and recreational fishers as well to be part of that process. And there was broad consultation with the key stakeholders and the wider community. And at a certain point in time, in 2016, the Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council and the key Aboriginal stakeholders notified the government that they no longer supported that approach. And from that time forward, emerged this concept of having a local management plan, which was more place-based solutions to managing cultural fishing. I should add as well that back in 2010, when that process started, this interim access or cultural fishing access arrangement was set up. So that was designed to essentially recognise that cultural fishing is completely different to all other forms of fishing, and that cultural fishers should not be bound by the recreational bag limit. So the default setting was whatever was there in the recreational bag limit and possession limit arrangements was doubled. So by default, that was the outcome. So for example, 2 rock lobster became 4 rock lobster for cultural fishers. In fact, we've just recently increased that bag limit to 3, so the cultural limit now would be 6 for rock lobster. And then for specific species that didn't fall into that default setting, and abalone is one of those, there was a particular limit that was created in that interim access arrangement. So that was designed so that whilst this regulation was being developed, there would be something in place. Obviously, during that period, the permits have been available as well, and in my short time here in New South Wales, I've issued permits for multiple species that allow for the use of nets, that allow for several hundred species to be harvested for a particular event. So, and I know I've sort of probably gone into a bit of detail there and perhaps gone off track to answer your question, but the period from 2010 to 2016, everybody was invested in developing a regulation for cultural fishing. That changed in 2016, and the focus shifted to the local management plan place-based solutions.
Can I just interrupt to ask why that shifted, if that's all right, in 2016? What took place to bring about that change in mindset?
So my understanding at the time was that, and I obviously was not here, I'm just going from records and from
of course.
Advice from staff that were around at that time, but it was that the Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council and the key stakeholders felt that having a regulation that was statewide would not meet all those individual community needs, and that it would start to fetter the sort of cultural fishing rights and activities that cultural fishers wanted to take out in their respective communities. So a more place-based solution was what was being sought. Now, I think you've heard some of the process that then occurred with the Hastings community and the Tweed, and there was actually a trial that was planned to start inland with, I think, the Waima community, and that actually fell away just through some circumstances that were there at the time. But the Tweed and the Hastings have gone forward, and they're, the takeaway for me in learning about that process is that, and I think you heard some of it today from the previous witnesses, is that there's a period of building trust when you work with a community to do what's been done at the Hastings community, and our staff invested in that and spent the time doing that. And after getting to that point of building the trust, you then start working through the detail and the issues. And they've done that. Yes, there was disruptions with COVID and other disruptions, but that iterative process of going backwards and forwards with the community has taken some time.
Just add to,
Thank you.
It's important to recognise that Section 21AA only deals with bag and possession limits. It doesn't actually deal with methods or other elements of the regulation. So under the LMP, as Jamie and Wayne pointed out, we've got we've got 18 saltwater fishing methods recognised and 5 freshwater fishing methods picked up in that plan, which if you commence Section 21AA without regulation doesn't necessarily deliver an outcome such as that. The other aspect I would also point out is that we've also had the Aboriginal Fishing Trust Fund established. We've also been supporting a range of cultural activities across the inland and on the coast, and we've been invested close to $1 million in that, in terms of supporting both commercial operations as well as recreational operations and cultural.
Thank you both for those very informative answers. I have one more, and that is most of the focus of this inquiry has ended up being on abalone fishing in the South Coast. And Mr. Sloan, in an answer that you gave to a question from Mr. Veach before, you said that your department is keen to engage and find some solutions there. Would you be able to elucidate on possibly what some pathways might look like?
Well, there are multiple options, and I guess the obvious one is what we've done with the Hastings community, which is to develop a place-based local plan, and that can be as sort of short and sharp as working out what the take limit for a particular species should be, or it can be much more comprehensive and cover a wide range of fishing activities and fishing methods and etc. But if there's one thing that I've learned since I've been in New South Wales and working with Aboriginal communities is I wouldn't want to go into that conversation saying what I thought was the best way. I'd rather hear from the community about what they thought was the best way forward. So there are multiple ways we can manage and assist communities to manage that access to cultural fishing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I just please follow up on that? So have you made the approach, Mr. Sloan, to the communities on the South Coast?
I've, since being here, had a number of one-on-one meetings with Aboriginal elders from the South Coast, and to be honest, it's the environment isn't good, and I think that's what the committee's here as well. So I am prepared to sit down and talk through these issues, and my team is committed to do that. So that's just the offer we make. That's there.
Mr. Barrett?
Can I just get a couple of technical things in my head from you, please? Something I was asking before and was suggested coming back to you guys. We've talked about weight of abalone and numbers of abalone. Can we just put them together? Like how many abalone in 50 kilos?
So
it's 10 is 1 kilo, essentially, if they're at this.
Yeah, it obviously depends on the size of the abalone, but a legal size abalone, about 10 per kilogram is the advice.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'm after. And the cases that we're facing, particularly with abalone, are they because of bag limits or size limits, or both? Because they're taking too many, or because they're getting too small?
They involve both, but I would say primarily the numbers involved are the ones that have created those serious matters.
We just heard from the LMP from Hastings about the sort of self-management of bag and size limits. Are you happy with the numbers that they've come up with around there?
Well, again, I come back to the sort of the process that we have allowed to run there with the Hastings community was that they, what I would call a self-determined process. They and it was very iterative between the department and the community. And one species that I know has been a bit controversial with other stakeholders is Mulloway, because Mulloway is currently classified as a depleted stock. We know that there are some concerns about the status of that fishery. For recreational fishers, the daily limit for individual recreational fishers is 1 fish, and for the Hastings local management plan, it's 20, and that's in recognition that cultural fishing is not just for the individual, but it's for the community, and it, that's something that the community determined, and we know that fishing won't occur every day of the week. We know that will be something that occurs on particular days and for particular circumstances. So that's why those limits are higher than the recreational limit. And I should say the starting point for those discussions was the interim access agreement limits. So if you take those sort of limits as a starting point, it's really then how do you work that through at the community level.
So my questions are going to jump a bit all over the place. Do police have the same powers and enforcement responsibilities as fishery inspectors?
Well, police are cross-authorised under the Fisheries Act, so they have those powers, but they don't, in terms of responsibilities, our fisheries officers are the ones with the day-to-day responsibilities of enforcing the fisheries rules. So police obviously have other responsibilities, and they only become involved when there's some particular set of circumstances that cause police to get involved in an operation.
How the total allowable catch limit for abalone, 130,000 tonne, is that right?
No, so the current total allowable catch is 100 tonnes.
100. Was there an extra 30 tonne allocated this year because of COVID?
What happened there was not for this year, but for 2 years ago. I think originally it came off the back of the bushfires, and there's a abalone processing facility that exists in Mallacoota, just over the border in Victoria, and that processing facility was burnt to the ground during the bushfires, and that disrupted the market for the commercial abalone fishery in that year, and there was an undercatch by approximately 15%. So in recognition of that occurring, it wasn't a sustainability reason that caused the catch not to be taken, it was a market disruption. So there was essentially a carryover of that under-caught quota. So that full 100 tonnes wasn't caught in that year, it was added to the quota for the next year. And then In the subsequent year, we had the COVID market disruption play out. We also had the China trade disruption play out, and those market disruptions caused again an undercatch of the quota that was set. So there was a carryover of that quota allowed for in that year, but it hasn't carried through to this current season.
Where does that 100 tonne end up?
Well, at the moment, there's very little of the abalone catch from around Australia going into China. There is some going to China, which has been the traditional main market for abalone. But at the moment, most of the abalone that's caught in New South Wales is going onto the domestic market because of those disruptions in the market through the trade issues that have emerged.
And do we generally hit that 100 tonne each year?
If you go back over the history of the abalone fishery, the quota has been down as low as 70 tonnes, and it's been increased in more recent years because of the stock starting to improve. But in a normal year when the markets are not disrupted, that quota, because the quota is set at what can be sustainably caught. The quota is set by an independent committee that takes into account the best available scientific information, and the quota's set on what can be sustainably caught. So in a normal year when there were no market disruptions, that quota would be caught.
Okay, so when there's 70 tonne, that's not because they can't find the abalone.
What I'm referring to there, and I can provide perhaps a time series of data that shows what the quota was over the years previous to now, but there was a period where the quota was reduced to 70 tonnes because the stock required a lower catch to be set because it wasn't in as healthy a state.
Okay, and just as we move forward, where would you like to see this issue in, where are we sitting in 12 months' time, 3 years' time and beyond when it comes to cultural fishing?
Thank you. So we would like to see ourselves in a situation where we are in a harmonious situation with Aboriginal communities working together. And that's actually certainly our goal. And when it comes to how we go about achieving that, as I said, there's multiple ways we can get there, but we would like to work together with each of the Aboriginal communities right around New South Wales to achieve that. But we also recognise that interconnected with cultural fishing, which is for non-commercial purposes, there's also a very strong desire and aspiration and need to be involved commercially, and we recognise our role in assisting with that and helping to facilitate that. So I mentioned in my opening remarks that we have set up a new project that is a collaboration with the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation and the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation to put together case studies here in New South Wales that would be with engaged communities to set up community-owned and operated companies that the government, both state and federal, can invest in, because there's a really clear pathway for that. So there's a commercial market for fishing entitlements that can be purchased, provided there's a pathway for that to happen for Aboriginal communities. And we think through this project that pathway could be achieved.
Thank you. That'll do it from me.
Wonderful. Is there more questions from the Labor Party? Mr. Primrose?
If I may, just one. Over the last 13 years, the will of the Parliament and the Executive Council hasn't changed because there's been no attempt to repeal Section 21AA. We've heard from the people of Hastings, where there's been a management plan, that they'd prefer Section 21AA to actually be enacted rather than have the plan as it is. And every Aboriginal person and organisation that we've heard is desperately concerned about the criminalisation of their cultural activities, which the Parliament and the Executive Council decided should not occur 13 years ago. At what point and what criteria do you use to say, look, their right and recommend to the government that they should actually do what the Parliament wanted them to do 13 years ago? What criteria has to be reached before you'll accept that and make that recommendation to the government?
As I've said previously, there are so many pathways to achieving essentially those outcomes to provide cultural fishing for Aboriginal communities, and it's certainly the understanding that I have, having read all the documentation, that the government's intention was to have a regulation that accompanied the Section 21AA, and that's why there was 6 years invested in developing that. So it's hard to imagine how we could create at a whole of state level for all of the species that we have across New South Wales, the pathway that you described, without having something that puts together a framework for that. So, and I look at Section 21AA, and as my colleague has mentioned, it covers off on the take and possession limits, but it doesn't deal with gear, fishing method, it doesn't deal with size limits. It would essentially allow somebody who was based on the north coast the ability to come to the south coast and vice versa. There are complexities to that would need to be worked through, and so I think if we were going down that path, having some recognition that there needs to be some limitations on take for various species because of the nature of those species is, I think, from a resource management perspective, the right way to go. And one of the things I'm also very conscious of is that we need Aboriginal communities to have a seat at the table when it comes to managing our fisheries resources. We need them to be working together with the other stakeholders. So we don't envisage an outcome where there's just one stakeholder that's managing a resource or involved in that resource. We want to bring everybody together.
Well, may I just follow up, just a simple point, is that you want to consult with Aboriginal communities. The Aboriginal communities have told you, as the Parliament said what it wanted, the Aboriginal communities have said what they wanted. They've made it very clear to us. My question remains, I mean, you may say that you don't believe that it's appropriate or more work needs to be done. But the people you want to consult with have already told you what they want to happen. At what point do you accept that? What has to happen for you to accept the will of the Parliament and the will of the Aboriginal community?
It's actually a really interesting point, because at this point we're not aware that we're aware that the peak stakeholder groups and the South Coast are certainly pushing for the commencement of Section 21AA, but it's not something that's been consulted with more broadly without regulation to say this is what it actually means for the whole of New South Wales, for all sectors. So I think it's important to unpack is that what everyone wants when that hasn't actually been put forward as a consultation argument to the community. Well,
it was decided by Parliament, but I mean, leaving aside that minor irritation, you have something you want to...
It's been 13 years.
When do you...
Like, you know, how long is it going to take? It's been 13 years.
Cultural fishing has continued, supported by the department through that period. So
people have continued to be arrested.
But when we look at that statewide, those statistics actually don't match up. There's very little on the inland. There's no prosecutions that are ending up in jail on the inland or on the north coast. This is a specific issue relating mostly to the south coast with Abalone.
Okay, so therefore your argument is that the evidence that we've heard, particularly in relation to fines that people are receiving, that's not really an issue that this committee should be concerned about.
Can I just say listening to the members of the Hastings community and their point about commencing Section 21AA for their area, they have worked with the department to establish some limits around the various species that are culturally significant for that part of the state for them, and that that's difficult to do statewide, and I think that's why we, back in 2016, got to a point where there was a decision collectively made to move away from that approach. So there's got to be some sort of middle ground in terms of how you manage all of those species across the state at some level, and then commence the Section 21AA and enable what everybody seems to be asking for. So
When?
Well, I don't actually think that DPI is a barrier to that, and that if that's your question.
When do you, as the specialist agency, expect that 21AA will be commenced?
Well, I think the track we're on at the moment is that the trial for the Hastings and the Tweed would inform how we do that going forward, and that was certainly
That's not the question. When after 13 years, do you expect that the will of the Parliament and the Executive Council will occur? Or will you be recommending to the government of the day that they repeal that particular piece of legislation?
We haven't made any such recommendation, we advise the government on how to manage the resources. That's our role in government. And when it comes to decisions about whether or not a section of legislation should be enacted, that's not a decision, to be quite frank, that would be a decision for me. So,
okay, so if I went back and used the power of the House to obtain all the documents in relation to this matter from the department, there would be no document there giving advice to the government not to proceed with the implementation of Section 21AA or timing.
I couldn't say, to be honest. I haven't.
Did you take that on notice? Because I'd like to know that.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to, if there's no more questions, I would like to thank the witnesses for attending this hearing today. Committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing, and the committee's resolved that answer to these, as well as the questions that have been taken on notice today, be returned within 21 days, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to those questions. And thank you again for attending.
We need to have a little deliberative, I think.
I think we do, because we've had some tabled documents.